Janet Barrick, Commissioner Jeff Kennard, Commissioner Holly Davis, County Administrator Steve Howard, and County Attorney Denise A. Diamond-Lay.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Mr. Howard.
Yes, we have a few items to go over. H4, the 1:20 p.m. presentation from the North Florida Land Trust Conservation Master Plan has been pulled. O1 is an additional item, staff direction regarding application pending before the City of Crystal River. Additional information, C3, added to recommended action, Citrus Springs Water Line. C11 is a correction to the date of the public hearing, July 29th, 2025, not 2024. C11, corrected page 7, ordinance numbers were transposed. C19, Exhibit C has been updated and highlighted in green. City trucks, city haulers, and city roll-offs will be price set by the agreement with the Board of County Commissioners. And then H1, the presentation was added. I'm also going to ask for your consideration G1, which is under the County Administrator, board confirmation of Tammy Wilson as Management and Budget Director. If we can move that up. She has a board meeting tonight, and I want to allow her to be able to get out here in a timely manner for that, since she's still employed with them, but we hope not for very long.
Madam Chair,
Yes.
motion to approve the agenda with the changes described.
I have a motion by Commissioner Davis.
Second.
And a second by Commissioner Barrick. Is there any further board comment? Seeing none, all in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries 5-0. Thank you. Next, do you want to move Tammy now, or do you want to do our...
If you could, that would be fabulous. If you could do that.
if we could go ahead and move G1 up, the confirmation. Board confirmation of Tammy Wilson as Manager and Budget Director.
You know, Tammy's going to come forward. She's got family in the audience and wanted to say a few words, but I'll tell you, getting to know Tammy in the last few weeks, this is a win for Citrus County. It's a loss for the school board, but she's going to get to stay local, which is a good thing. She's at the right place, right time for Citrus. Her credentials are unmatched, her certification, so she's going to be a great asset to Team Citrus. So I'm looking forward to serving alongside of you.
Thank you. Would we like to take a vote first?
That would be fabulous.
Motion to approve G1.
Second.
I have a motion by Commissioner Davis and a second by Commissioner Kennard. Is there any further comment?
Do you have to do open to the public on this?
Yes, ma'am. Let me open this up to public comment. Would anybody like to come forward and speak in regards to this motion? Seeing none, we're going to close open to the public. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries 5-0. Welcome aboard. Glad to have you.
I have a few words, if you'll give me a minute. First, I want to thank you for the opportunity to serve as your management and budget director. This has been a long-time goal of mine when I first started the school district, and I've worked very hard to meet the credentials to, acquire this position. I'm honored to contribute to the future of the county that I've proudly called home for the last 35 years. I've raised my children here, and now they're raising my grandchildren here. And while I'm not a native to Citrus County, I am a 7th-generation Floridian. My history goes back to Osceola, the first legislative house of Florida, and the first female class at Florida State. So I look forward to seeing how our county can grow and just enhance Florida. I'd like to thank my family, especially my 3 children who are in the audience, and my grandchildren, my parents, and my siblings, for their unwavering love, support, and encouragement as I embrace this new challenge. Their belief in me has been invaluable. In addition, I want to express my deepest gratitude to the Citrus County School Board for taking a chance on me 25 years ago. I'm especially thankful to the leaders who mentored and supported me as I grew from a teaching paraprofessional to the director of finance, and eventually to the role of a director. That journey has shaped my career, and I look forward to bringing my skills and experience to this. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Madam Chair,
Commissioner Kennard.
I just want to make a quick comment. When Steve had told me that that they had decided to extend the offer to Tammy, I could not have been more excited. Not necessarily just for her, but for the county as a whole. This is This is an absolutely out-of-the-park home run hire for Steve Howard and the county. Folks that are watching at home and here in the chambers need to understand what a great hire this is. That's not blowing smoke. That is the real deal. We have got truly a professional at the helm here. Thank you.
Thank you.
Madam Chair?
Commissioner Finnegan.
I will echo that since we're giving our kudos to her. I've known her for a long time. You will not find someone more professional, more honest. She's done a wonderful job raising her children here. I've seen her at different jobs when she was just starting out, working her tail off to become a professional, to help her family, and to just do right by Citrus County, whether it's been in her profession or volunteering, whatever she's done. She's just been a go-getter and an asset. So I'm looking forward to working with her. The county should be happy.
Well, I'm happy. Welcome aboard.
We're
All
sorry,
right.
Dr. Hebert.
Sorry, not sorry.
Next on our agenda are the proclamations today.
We have none.
Oh, we don't? All right, well,
Motion to approve the consent agenda.
Second.
there you go. I have a motion by Commissioner Kennard and a second by Commissioner Davis. Is there any public input on the consent agenda? Seeing none, all in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries 5-0. All right, next on our agenda are the presentations. So first up is H1, update on permitting software.
Afternoon, Commissioners. Eric with Citrus County. I just want to give you an update on our new building permit software. I think most of you are aware we had a new software go live about 2 years ago. That didn't go entirely as we expected, so we had to make a difficult decision to pivot and change course and go with a new software. It was a long journey. Well, in time, it's been a short journey, but emotionally, it's been a long journey from there to here. I just wanted to give you an update on where we're at. We're actually going to go live with the new software in 2 weeks. Well, one day less than 2 weeks, Monday week. And I wanted to fill in the board and the public watching on what that's going to look like. It's going to be very different than when we went live with the software 2 years ago. So Reese, if you wouldn't mind, or do I control it? Okay, great. If you wouldn't mind going to the next one. First, I just wanted to start off by saying a big thank you to our staff. This was a Herculean feat that they've gone from 2 softwares in a 2 calendar year time period. And to learn and to train and to update, it's really amazing. We have some of our staff here in the audience that have helped implement it. So I just wanted to thank them. They've gone way above and beyond. I also wanted to thank our customers, our contractors. They've been very, very patient with us as we've tried to figure this out. And for the most part, they're so kind, they don't even call us because they're trying to be patient with us. So big thank you to all of our customers that have been patient with us. So on both sides of the table, everyone's been amazing. So I just want to thank everyone that's been involved. Reese, if you don't mind, hit the next one. So we're going to roll it out on the 23rd, which is just 2 weeks away. And instead of forcing everyone to use it day one and no one can use the old one day one, we're going to do a slow roll or a soft opening. And we're going to have options for our customers, and they can choose any or all or none of them. It's entirely up to them. So our first option is VIP access. Sam, our building official, he's reached out to a handful of contractors that he works with on a daily basis to see if they're interested in being a beta tester for it. And then if you want to be a VIP, if you're watching online, just let Sam know. So there's no velvet rope. If you want to be a VIP, just ask and you can be a VIP. But he's reached out to a handful of folks, and those that are willing to participate can be our VIPs and have first access to the new system. We're also going to offer a concierge service where one-on-one instruction by appointment. So let us know that you're interested, but you're not really confident on how it all works. We'll sit down with you on your first application, help you create a login, password, do the clicks, submit the plans on a one-on-one basis so that you know how it works from our office and you can ask questions. The other is an Acela one-on-one class, and I should say, sorry, Acela is the new software that we're going to. How we picked that is we asked everyone in Florida, what do you use, what do you like? We did field trips to different counties in Florida and looked over their shoulders of the people that did our jobs. And that Acela has proven to be the gold standard for the state. I think there are 40, 50 other communities in the state of Florida that use Acela. Probably a third of our staff has used Acela when they worked in other cities and counties. And as I talk to contractors, they're all familiar with using Acela because they've used it in other counties that they pull permits in. So this shouldn't surprise everyone. So a lot of people will be used to it. But going back to the rollout, Acela 101 class, we have a classroom upstairs in LGB, and we're going to offer kind of a Q&A open class that you can sign up for if you have questions, or if you know how to use it a little bit and you want to kind of build upon your skills, we can do that. And then for those that prefer to learn at home, is we're going to provide an Acela self-study YouTube, like little 1 or 2 minute YouTube videos. How do I create a login? How do I create a password? How do I apply for a permit? How do I ask for an inspection? Really quick bites. If anyone's ever tried to remodel a house or build a car or fix a car, YouTube is invaluable because it can teach you anything in a really, really short window. So you don't have to do any of these if you don't want. If you already know how to use Acela and have used it in other counties, then just start using it. But if you want to, if you're not comfortable with it and you want to pick all these, pick all of them. You can continue to use our existing system if you're not ready. And that's fine. We'll leave both systems running concurrently. But if you're ready to jump on board, please sign up, give it a try, give us feedback, and we'll work with you. How to sign up for any of these options. They'll be available on the 23rd. They're building an option on our webpage right now. You can send an email to permit@citrusbocc.com, and then someone will reach out to you and set up whichever of these services you want. Or we have a customer service call line that you can call, and during business hours you will get a live person. Reese, if you could go to the next one, please. As I mentioned, there's going to be no disruption in service. We'll keep the old system on with the new system. So I'm hoping you as the board, without me coming up here and speaking, that you would have never even known that we had a new system rolling out because there will be no interruption in service. That's my goal. Phase 2, so this is phase 1. Phase 2 will be include planning and code enforcement, and that'll occur in the fall. And then as the days, weeks, months roll by, we've worked out all the bugs. Acela seems to be working well, not getting any complaints. Then we'll begin a process of sunsetting the current or old system, where those that have already applied, we'll let those permits expire in the old system, and then all new applications from some date certain will have to be in Acela. One other thing I wanted to mention, I was talking to Steve about this morning, is hopefully with Acela, once we get it up and running, we can run a live dashboard on our website, and it'll tell you how many permits have been applied for, how many have been issued, the time it takes. So that's a really cool feature, is you can kind of, speaking of transparency, you can see how long it takes for us to issue a permit, how many permits we have in-house. It'll be fully transparent to the public. And a final plug for our staff is we have a NACO award-winning customer service call center at that number. So you'll always get a live representative, and the average wait time is less than 2 minutes. So it's a really great resource that we have. I'll get as deep in the weeds as you want to go on how we got here, or you may just be happy and we can go on to the next presentation. I know you have a lot of them, so feel free to ask any questions you may have.
Board?
You said that you'd be able to look permits and things up. Is it going to go by area? So if you were in Citrus Springs, you could look up what permits were issued for building in Citrus Springs?
I haven't had a chance to test it out yet because it hasn't gone live, but from what I've been told by Acela is they'll have live dashboards, and you may be able to customize the dashboard for yourself, but I haven't gotten there yet. I was given kind of a little tease of what's to come, but I haven't actually implemented it.
will it break it down by house as opposed to garage, as opposed to something else?
I believe, yes, by type of permits, because you have single-family, accessory, electrical, plumbing. So I would anticipate the breakdown by type of permit would be pretty simple. Now, as far as where, I'm not sure. We haven't gotten that far yet.
Thank you.
Sure.
Madam Chair,
Commissioner Davis?
I'll be brief. I just wanted to say thank you for steering the ship in the right direction. It's unfortunate that they didn't do the due diligence with prior administration. So kudos to Mr. Howard and staff. I remember the dark days when I delivered a giant amount of cattle dog cookies with thank you notes to staff
that,
for not leaving us.
Yeah, thankfully.
So thank you to the growth management staff.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you.
Right. Thanks.
Thank you. Appreciate it. Next on our agenda is Avis Cole with the Tourism Director to give us an update on tourism.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. Alvis Cole, Tourism Development Council, Citrus County Tourism. I just want to say thank you for having us, or me, up here today to present to you the impact on what 2024 brought Citrus County and the positive impacts that tourism provided. Before I begin, I would like to at least have a couple of staff, members here. Terry Natwick, who's our Sales and Marketing Manager, and Kelly Miller is also in attendance as well. She's our Destination Experience Specialist, and Stephanie and Christine, I believe, are still back at the office, welcoming all those visitors from all around the world. So, but I'll start off with, I think you have our presentation, right? All right, awesome, thank you. I'll start with a quick statement first. Resilience defined 2024 in a year marked by 2 hurricanes impacting our coastline. We stood united on the front lines for our community and for this amazing destination. There were moments of grief, hope, and unity, but above all, we faced it together. Thanks to our shared strength and determination, we helped deliver one of the most successful tourism economies this community has ever seen. To our political leaders, our dedicated stakeholders, and most importantly, our residents and visitors, it's a big thank you. Your commitment made this achievement possible, and here's to an even brighter 2025, we believe. Together, we will move forward. So with that said, this was one of the initiatives for 2024 for the team to provide some more data, some more numbers, and the importance and the role of tourism in this community. And we're very excited to report on some of these highlights. In that first page, what you'll notice, and you guys all have copies in front of you as well, but what you'll notice is just really our visitor spending, where they're spending, the types of percentages they're spending to and things of that nature. But one of the things I want to focus on is the 27%. When visitors come to the market, come to the community, 27% of those dollars are going to our local businesses. And that's something I'm really proud of. It's not the Wawas and the Walmarts and the Targets of the world, but it's our small businesses, small mom and pop shops, and that they're ringing those cash registers. You'll notice, of course, we have our in-state origin markets. We have our out-of-state origin markets. You'll see Atlanta, you'll see New York, you'll see Chicago. I was talking to Commissioner Bays earlier. You see it Nashville, but Nashville's a good drive market for us. They're landlocked. So, anytime they can come to Florida and obviously in this case, swim with the manatees or do some things on the trail, this is where they're coming. Also on that third page, you'll see, talk about some websites and things of that nature, just our impact from a social media and website standpoint. We're really fortunate to have such an impactful social media presence. We have almost about 300,000 followers on all our social media channels. We hit a couple of milestones with Instagram, over 40,000, with Facebook alone, over 200,000. Really excited about that. Our ads generate over 511 million impressions. It's a lot. We're doing things that a tier 2 type of market would deliver. Tier 2 markets, you have to think Austin, Texas, Jacksonville, Florida, Charlotte, North Carolina. We're pulling in some big numbers and something that we're proud of. I think the most thing that the staff is most proud of is our partners in tourism. That's a program that we started where monthly we host events and meetings, and it's designed to cooperate and to bring in all of our partners from the tourism industry and talk to them about all the things that we're doing collectively, how they can be a part of it, giving them information that they can use to, again, bring in more people to their businesses. But we have over 81 active partners that attend or participate in our Partners in Tourism program, and that's huge. We wanted to make sure that it was not just in one specific area of the county, but all over. So we meet monthly. Every month, there's a new place to meet at, and we go from the east to the west, and of course, in the middle of the county as well. You know, on the end of the last page of the booklet, you know, you see selling Citrus County. You know, what that means is, you know, we sell and promote the area several ways. You know, we use a fancy agency. We have public relations, and then we do things with the team, with the staff as well. Well, some of that is not just sitting in our offices, pounding the keyboard and things of nature. We go out, we go to trade shows, we go to consumer shows, we go to education. And in 2024, total attendance was 137,000 people that essentially came across us in our booth that we met with, had appointments with. You see appointments, 450 appointments. We're all over. And it's not just domestically, it's also international. We have presence in, for 2024 in Berlin, Germany, London, England. And then if you notice our Welcome Center, we're looking forward to doing a redesign there. So be on the lookout for that. So we're really excited about that. But just in the Welcome Center alone, we had 28 countries represented that came into our Welcome Center. You know, our team is dedicated. I believe I have the best team in tourism in the state of Florida. They're getting certifications. It's a lot of work. It's hard work. But through their hard work, they have accomplished a lot. So I'm up here doing, I guess you can say, quote unquote, the cool stuff. It's because of them. So if you have any questions, feel free.
Madam Chair.
Commissioner Davis.
I know you said you wanted to get a much finer number on this, but it was, we had talked about before how much it saves households on ad valorem to have a robust tourism economy. And the household number was 846, right? When we were talking 423, that was individual, correct?
Yes.
Okay. So on average, it saves each household in Citrus County $846 a year
a little bit over
to
800.
have a robust tourism economy.
Yes.
That is why the argument when Tallahassee decided to look into rating the tourism accounts to give us back on ad valorem on a county-by-county basis, that would have saved each household $20 per year.
It goes down tremendously.
If we robbed the tourism, if the tax dollars that tourists pay to stay in our county, if we took that money instead of marketing the community to outside, we would have given it back on ad valorem, which is reduce our real estate taxes. You would have saved $20 a year, but you would have given up a large portion of the 846. Not overnight, because a lot of people know us and they'd keep coming here, but eventually if you stop marketing, you die. Your industry dies. So
I think the important piece of that is, the forgotten piece is the jobs component. We talk about job creation. And
too.
that is really important. So you're talking about over close to 5,000 jobs that are supported from a tourism standpoint. So many of the amenities that our county has, whether it's the restaurants, and we have a very diverse culinary scene. I think we can all agree to that. Tour operators, I can go on and on. A good percentage of them would fold if tourism was to stop. And we are, you know, whether anybody likes it or not, we are a tourism destination. You know, and I think it's all about sustainability and growing the right way. I will say, and most of you know, we just finished our retreat for our strategic plan, and I'll be back up here again soon to talk about that, that the Tourism Development Council is leading. We're excited about that. That's going to give us 5 years, a 5-year roadmap to give us a direction of where to go, how to grow, and most importantly, where do we invest at? What makes the most sense? You know, because I do believe that we are more than just manatees. It's very important, but what else do we have to offer? And I think that's just something that the strategic plan and the survey results is what spoke loudly.
I'm really glad you brought up restaurants. My friend, one of my longtime best friends from Fort Myers, you would think that's a pretty Tony community, like upscale and all that. He said there's one locally owned restaurant that he considers a great food destination. The rest is just chains, that's it. He comes up here, he's like, y'all are swinging way above your weight, punching way above your weight. You're like a mini Asheville. Asheville, North Carolina. And so when he was up here this last weekend, we hit the second and third of the Wiggins trifecta. And, and next time he comes up, we'll hit some of our other great spots. But in our strategic planning session, we also talked about in the culinary arts, the top wait staff, you kind of dismiss this whole service economy. They make some bank. Mm-hmm. Top wait staff, when they hustle and they've got great jam is serving tables, they can make some pretty good money. So it's nothing to sneeze at, but great job. Thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Anyone else?
Yeah.
Commissioner Kennard.
All of us, it's no secret that people want to visit here and they want to move here, right? So right now, we're talking about those visiting here, and later in the meeting, we're going to talk about people moving here and how we handle both of those. Thank you for giving me a sneak peek of this after last night's meeting. There's some good reading in there. It is good news. It's easy to find the negative effects of tourism when we're sitting in traffic or maybe having to wait in line to get into one of these restaurants. But folks, I would urge you, I doubt he's got enough for everybody to get one, but I would urge you to pick one up and just take a look through it. It really is incredible what the TDC has done in terms of generating people and cash flow into our community. That creates jobs. It elevates the quality of life. It elevates lifestyles in our community. And thank you to the guy that's in charge of all of that.
Appreciate it. On the note of the actual document, the public, they can go to our website, discoverChristieRiverFL.com. It's on our website. The document lives there live. It is a public document. So, I implore you to definitely take a look at it. Or you can stop by our office. We're on 915 Suncoast Parkway, right where the chamber building is in the front. So you can also visit us there and pick up a copy as well. So more than welcome to help you.
One question. Is there any asset that you feel like we're missing in the tourism industry?
Short answer, yes. I do believe there's an appetite for a sports tourism component. What that looks like, it just depends. Is it traditional sports? Is it a brick and mortar, something fancy? I think about what Pasco County is doing with the Sports Coast and Adam up there. I don't think we're Pasco. I don't think we're Ocala, and I don't think we're Lake County. We're not Tampa. But I believe there is something where we can have a niche involved from a sports tourism component, because I think what it would do is it'll diversify and it'll flatten out, because right now you see we have a lot of highs and lows. And I don't mean lows in a bad way, but we have a peak season and a shoulder season. I think it could create some space within our season and honestly, break up some of our heaviness in traffic, because I don't mind, let's just say, quote unquote, 1 million people. I just don't want them all at once. I don't think nobody in here does. But we can spread them out a little bit where it can be a little bit easier. So when we go to Target in the morning and Walmart to go grocery shop, you guys are not getting mad at me. But yes, I think sports tourism is one way. Small meetings, not so much, but I think, when we talk about a sports tourism, and I think we have the assets from a natural standpoint that we can create something like that. Some of that information came out in the surveys when we did our retreat. So that was really important to see. So I would say the answer to that question is that component.
And then what does our hotel occupancy look like?
So, of course, we all know that our biggest one, about 14%, the plantation has been down since the hurricanes. So we are roughly 1,300 rooms, okay? Clearly, we have some amazing RV resorts, also the short-term rentals, which is another program they're working on now from a collection standpoint. So we're really excited about that. But we do have hotels on the docket to be built, because we need for these people, we need them to have a place to stay. So we can't, have something fancy and then we use leakage. They stay in another county because we get the money by the heads and beds. So we do need some more investors to come into the marketplace, but that happens when our occupancy rate, is around that 65%. When you're in that 65% range, and we have been for 2024, we had a really, considering with the hurricanes, we had a really strong year. It was kind of uncanny. It was almost scary. 2025, the trend is a little bit different, but I believe hopefully if the plantation eventually does come online this year, there's some talks, rumor mill with that. I think that'll help us out. Thankfully, we have been helped with the compression of it, so our average daily room rates are higher than usual. So we're actually getting more money, believe it or not, because there's not as many rooms. So hoteliers are bumping up the rates a little bit. So that's where you see that. But we definitely can use more hotels. That'll be key.
Madam Chair, I think we talked about sports complexes at length during our strategic planning retreat, and we keep talking about travel ball, but travel ball, we're just, niche, I think, is the key word here, because you got Gainesville right up the road as well, and travel ball is a giant investment, and we would be entering a highly competitive market, and without the hotel rooms to support it. But we can perhaps identify some niche sports that could use our support to host them, especially if it's in the two shoulder seasons of spring and fall, would be fantastic. And one thing that's been talked about quite a bit, because we have someone who's pushing it on our TDC board, is mountain biking, to add to regular flatland bicycling. We are in the highlands of Florida. We've got more hills than most, so that might be something with all of our state parks and so forth that we might be able to do mountain biking.
Commissioner Barrick?
When you talk about sports, I go a different direction. I've been involved in drone racing. And drone racing does not take a lot of space, but we've had drone races come for the last 5 years from the Multi-GP, which is a worldwide association, and they are on TV. What would be the chances of promoting drone races as opposed to trying to build a sports complex or whatever? Because a drone race does not need a large area. You can do it in 2 to 3 acres and be done, and you just put up this little flag things, and that's it.
So I found out about it, last year. We spoke last year about it. I'm actually really excited about that. Drone racing is on networks like ESPN. So I think that's a huge thing that we can promote and capitalize on. I'm looking forward to coming, of course, back the coming year and trying to figure out, would love to sit down with the owners and the facilitators of the event to see, what else can we do to not only promote it, but to really make it grow. What's that next level look like? So I'm really excited about that. sports is a passion of mine. That's how I started in the business. So I'm excited to see about that, because that's an example of a niche type of sport. It's not traditional soccer, football, basketball.
First week of November, they will be in Citrus Springs again, and that'll be the 6th annual Multi-GP drone racing.
And we will be there.
Very good.
Madam Chair, just one last comment on, possible opportunities out there in the sports world. Now, I'm glad to hear Commissioner Davis kind of steer away slightly from the travel ball stuff, because in previous chapter of my life, we chased that all over the state of Florida to massive complexes, baseball complexes, from Fort Myers all the way to Atlanta. And I have to believe, as beautiful as those complexes are, I have to believe that many of them sit empty a good part of the week and years, other than when these big tournaments roll into town, but the local taxpayers get to maintain them year-round. So I'd like to see us capitalize on the resources that we have. Chris Moling just held an incredibly successful triathlon over in Crystal River using nothing but the resources that are there, and I think this is the 24th or 25th year that he's done this. He's got people from all over the country and the world that come to Citrus County specifically for that race. Veronica updates us, thank you, Veronica, every couple weeks on the deployment of the what's happening with our inshore reef development, and then ultimately a massive expansion of our offshore reef development the fishing tournaments that are held here are widely successful. So, obviously, we've built some new pickleball courts. Those have been very successful. So I'd like to see the emphasis more on, what do you call it, destination improvement at times, to further generate more traffic, outside traffic coming in specifically for those things that our residents get to enjoy year-round then. So,
Yeah, we have a lot of natural resources that you
Yeah.
mentioned, and I mean, I think it's be very easy for us to capitalize on some of the infrastructure that we really currently have.
great, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, guys.
Next on our agenda today is the presentation and update on Recovery Club of Citrus County. I think Stephanie Dean, the board secretary, is here, and while you're coming up, I will tell you, I looked through the agenda packet. You guys have done a spectacular job.
My name's Bill Anton. I'm president of Club Recovery. This is Stephanie Dean, secretary, and Oscar Holmberg is our vice president. First off, I want to thank you all for trusting us with the historic building. That I know was not an easy task to hand over something that historical in this county. What I'd also like to say is I think we've done a very good job getting us up and running in a very short time. Right now, we've been open for 2.5 months, and we've exceeded what we expected to be seeing. We've also been a very big liaison with our community. As you all know, we had the Here to Help with the sheriffs, and who was the other? The sheriff, who put on the Here to Help? The sheriff and who else? Daystar, yeah. And I think we had like 350 people come through there. So as a community center, what we are doing at this time is Club Recovery is a parent organization, but we are trying to keep the name of that place is Old Schoolhouse Community Center, because it is a community center where Club Recovery was basically for 12-step programs. We are much more than that at this point, and I think that is what the county is looking to see. I know that at this time, we have a huge event that I'd like to invite Citrus County to, which is our grand opening on October 21st, June 21st. And that is going to be, we have water slides, we have dunk tanks, we've got things for the kids, free food. We've got trucks, food trucks coming in. Live band will be playing. And I think at this time here, the summer is going to be a time for us to really grow in and see when the snowbirds get back, how busy it becomes, because we're open from 7:30 in the morning now till 9 at night, and we have no paid employees. So, I mean, that is remarkable in itself to be able to 7 days a week be open like that. I'm going to turn it over to Stephanie because she's the one who has the PowerPoint on where we're at. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Bill. Hi, good afternoon.
Hi there.
Hi. All right, so this is our quarterly report, first report on how things are going.
Can you speak in the mic, please?
Oh,
Thank you.
yes, I'm sorry. Is that better?
Yes.
All right. So this first slide just shows when we received the lease on January 14th, we received the keys less than a week later, and the very next day started ordering materials and began the renovation. We were able to get the renovation done by March 15th, which was just about 7 weeks after that. We opened up our doors and began our very first meeting. So the types of volunteers, actually the amount of volunteers. The first 8 weeks, you can see that's when the renovation was occurring. There's some highs and there's some lows. We had as high as, in 1 week, 398 hours of volunteer work that was done, and up to 71 people at a high point in that week. And then after we opened up, you can see it kind of evened out. We have around 112 volunteer hours per week and about 40 volunteers on average. The types of volunteers that we had was there was a community service, project management, and then volunteers themselves. Right now, it's just project management and volunteers. Hopefully, we'll have some more community service as well. The renovation itself consisted of carpentry, which was installing cabinets, butcher blocks, walls, interior doors, etc. There was also some prep work that needed to be completed, sanding, putting tape up, plastic, getting it prepared for the painting of the building. So it was one coat of primer and then 2 coats of paint itself on all walls. And then the floor, probably about 3/4 of the school was covered in carpet. So we pulled up all the carpet, scraped all the glue from the floors, and then sanded it and did a poly on top of that. And then the exterior. So we did some pressure washing of the exterior and laid some additional parking area as well. And that's a work in progress. We'll continue on with that. So here are just some before and after pictures. The top is the before, and right below it is the room thereafter. You can see it's a lot of extensive work that was completed in each room, but now it's very beautiful. Very different than what it was when we first moved in there. So the meetings themselves, we have the first 7 weeks that we were open. You can see that our meeting has been consistent as far as the amount of meetings we've had. That's the chart down below. We've had up to 39 meetings in 1 week. And the line graph or the line chart is the amount of individuals per week that we had attending meetings. You can see that it's increasing over time. And the meetings themselves, this is by the day of the week. So you can see we consistently have meetings every single day of the week. It's broken up by the amount of attendees per day, and then also by the amount of meetings as well. So the types of meetings that we have, it's not just addiction and recovery, which we're very familiar with, majority of us, but we're serving the community. We're having family meetings. We have musical items or musical meetings practices. We have other nonprofits that have utilized our building for their meeting space, religious events, and then also we have veteran support services. The bottom is the amount of meetings and the attendees by room. So you can see that every single room within the building is being utilized and used. And also one thing to note, since opening, we've had over 4,000 individuals come through our facility. And this is just an idea of the type of calendar that we have each month. So you can see every day we have something going on. And as Bill mentioned, we had the Here to Help event. That was 35 vendors, so 35 other businesses, nonprofits that came to the building. We serviced about 350 community members that were in need. That was a really successful event. It was something, I enjoyed being a part of. We've had bingo night there. That was also well received. We have the grand opening that Bill had mentioned on June 21st. An invite has been sent to each of you. And then we have an upcoming benefit show. We also have interest in having a baby shower there. 2 weddings coming up in 2026, which I know is something that you had mentioned you'd like to see. And we have, we're having a planning meeting next week of having the Recovery Fest at our facility this year as well. So a lot of good things are happening within the building. It's, again, not just addiction and recovery, but it's a wide range of community individuals that we are helping to support. And that's our update for you guys.
Congratulations, well done.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
Madam Chair, or you can go first.
Commissioner Kennard?
Just a quick question. First of all, great presentation, and wow, 2.5 months, 4,000 people.
Yes.
I mean, I love what the direction this is going. The June 21st grand opening, any times?
Beginning at noon. We are going to have a blood drive. The bus will be there at 10 a.m., but festivities will start at noon. It'll probably
Okay.
go till about 5.
Till about 5. Very good, thank you.
Reese, could Reese just drop that on all of our calendars? Okay, super, thank you.
Commissioner Davis, did you have something?
I just wanted to say, great job. I have not made it by there yet in person, shame on me, but I have had people reach out to me and go, wow, they've done an amazing job. So I am a big fan of historical buildings, and I cannot wait to see what y'all did in person. The pictures are stunning.
Thank you.
So.
Thank you very much.
I just wanted to say, great presentation. Not only am I impressed by the amount of people you've put through there and the limited time you've been opened, but the speed at how you got that building ready and the pictures. So I do want to come by and see it, but after that presentation, I think everyone's going to be calling you. I wish we could move that quickly in government and get our buildings done. So you came before us, you've stated a need, you've proven that need. So thank you for what you're doing for our community, and thank you for improving such a part of our history with that historical building. I wish you every great success. It looks like you're off to a great start. Thank you.
Commissioner Barrick?
I think it's a really nice thing that you've done. You've taken a building, and, I mean, I was there 10, 15 years ago, and I saw what it was like, and it needed a lot of TLC, and you've done a very nice job. The only question I have for you is, with all these attendees, how many of these attendees also attend other groups in our county for help? Such as you said, Daystar was partnering with you with one thing. Well, how many of these attendees go to yours and to Daystar?
At this time, we're not capturing that data, so I wouldn't be able to answer you accurately. If that's something you would like down the line, we can see what we can do to try to gather that.
Well, I'm trying to get a handle on how many actual people need help. And if they're going from your place to the other place, to the next place, to the next place, and they're being counted here, counted here, counted here, counted here, to me, that's not accurate numbers. What I wanted was, how many actually are you 100% helping, okay? And that's, which is what we're hoping to get as many people as possible helped.
Mm-hmm. Oh,
And that's why we have the different facilities.
Sure, understood. I'd like to say that we're helping every individual that goes through that building.
That would be a task that I think would be impossible to accomplish. I mean, you have live stream, you have various other sources across the county, and there's not one single source that's capturing independently. So I don't know that we would ever get there.
One thing I'd like to
We
add.
can't ask that. We can't ask that of them, because that would be like saying, hey, just you entity, find out where everybody's going. People, because I've worked in this space, they don't want to tell you that. If someone's getting help from them, and certainly they wouldn't want to come to another place and say maybe they're getting help at Club Recovery, that would be private. They wouldn't want to tell them if they're getting services at CASA, that would be protected. And that's not fair to even put that on them. They're a group of volunteers, and it takes a lot of time to get that data. I think they're capturing their data with the people they're helping and the service they're providing the community. And I think that's above and beyond what we could ask of them. For them to try to capture other people's data, it wouldn't be fair to them.
Well, that's like I said, I'm very, very grateful for what you're doing, and you're doing a good job. But some people ask me, and I wonder too, how many people are, people have told me, abusing the system. They go from one to the next to the next. They get help here, they get help here, they get help here. And they're not really getting help because they're just letting people give and give and give, and they're not actually going out there to try to get on their own. And that's why I'm asking, we can't, and I guess we can't say, are you receiving services from somewhere else, or have you been anywhere else? That's all I'm asking. You don't have to state where you've been, but have you been somewhere else for help?
We don't provide services in the aspect of either financial or counseling. What we provide is a safe place for people to come who need help and to find help. We've only been open 2.5 months, so we are at the very beginning stages. We've already been in touch with SMA. We've been in touch with the courts. We have a plan to implement that we're more community-based, but we can't overload ourselves right now. We are taking it step by step so that the services and the things we can offer down the road are implemented properly.
Okay. Well, like I said, I feel you're doing a really nice job. I really do. And I'm proud of what you've been able to accomplish. You've done wonders. I was just, questioning, was there, a way to find out how many people are, like, say, in the Hernando community that are being helped, as opposed to somebody coming from Homosassa that gets help down in Homosassa area, they get help in Inverness area, and then they come to you, and they're getting, like, help from every single organization instead of getting out there and following through and doing. So,
They're not giving financial resources
No, they're
or
not giving
food
financial.
or those type things. So that, it's not like a double dipping from their perspective.
There is an ask that I would have from the county, and that is, Mark Hammer was our liaison in the permit area. And since we are working on a county building, a lot of times we're working on a short deadline. So what we'd like to know is if we could get somebody else appointed to us so that if we have permitting issues, because we have to be permitted, it's a historical building, then we can go to them. We're not, this is the county building per se. So it'd be beneficial to both of us if we could streamline it and only have one person dealing with our permits.
We'll take care of it. And I want to applaud Joe. I got a chance to walk through that building before and after. It's a special building. The architect of that was the Vinoy that did the Vinoy in St. Pete. And I see that building as a beacon of hope for this community. And I compliment you for that, and did a Citrusson focus video together. So thank you. But that's an easy ask, and we'll make it happen.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. We appreciate you being
Thank
here
you.
and all that you've done.
Thank you.
Next on the agenda is the street vacation, SV-2025-00001, Mackenzie for Belandi. They were, she was there, but I saw them oh, there's, okay, got it. She's hiding.
All right, so this is a resolution. I guess you don't need to read it, Ms. Lynn? No? Okay. So this is a request to vacate a portion of West Rayburn Street. This is in the town side of Citronelle. This is Plat Book 1, so we're going way back on this one. This sign is actually exactly where the vacation is being requested. You can see in this picture, you would never know a street is here. It's on paper. This is the area on the aerial map. It is part of West Rayburn Street. In this area between Fernandina and Moonwind, there's a little bit that's improved on the east side, not part of the vacation area. Otherwise, you would not know it's here. The applicant supplied this information. There are two owners, one on the north side and one on the south side. We do have authorizations in a packet from those owners. They would split this road if this gets approved. And this is part of the area. This is where the road is. And this is the other end of where the road is. So staff did review this, utility companies did review this. There were no concerns, and we are recommending approval.
Does the applicant have anything to add?
I'm sorry, Commissioner.
That's, yeah, I
She
understand.
needs to come up here.
She said no.
Ms. McKenzie's not shy.
Good afternoon. For the record, my name is Brenda McKenzie. I'm with McKenzie Permitting and Consulting. My office address is at 7232 East Gospel Island Road in Inverness. And I'd like to thank staff, particularly Joanna, for working with me on this. We've met all the criteria, all the utility companies, the Citrus County utilities also in regards to mosquito control and all the other municipalities that might need access to it. Actually, the property owner that hired me thought it was his yard because it's just wooded, and when we got ready to do some permitting, realized it was a platted road, paper road that was never developed. So we've gotten authorization from the only other property owner that abuts it and met all the criteria, and we're hopeful that we could get this vacated so they can move forward. He would like to build a detached garage. Thank you.
Thank you. You have any questions for the applicant? No? Thank you. Is there anyone from the public that would like to comment? Seeing none. Board.
Madam Chair, make a motion to approve street vacation SV 2025-00001 Mackenzie for Belandi.
Second.
I have a motion by Commissioner Davis and a second by Commissioner Finnegan. If there's no further board comment, all in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries 5-0. Thank you. Thank you. Next on our agenda today is the petition establish new community development district post Oak Ranch.
Are the applicants here for this? There they are. Okay.
Hi there.
Hey, good afternoon. My name is Jarrett Earlywine. I'm with QTAC Rock here on behalf of the petitioner. We don't have a presentation today. I know you all have considered several of these. We're happy to answer any questions you may have and certainly appreciate your consideration, though.
Or do you have any questions?
Madam Chair, you'd want to just have a public hearing at this point?
Okay. Is there any public comment? Seeing none.
Madam Chair, I can read the ordinance into the record?
Please.
All right. Now that we've had the public hearing, you're going to be asked to consider an ordinance of the Board of County Commissioners of Citrus County, Florida, establishing the Post Oak Ranch Community Development District pursuant to Chapter 190 Florida statutes, naming the district, describing the external boundaries of the district, describing the functions and powers of the district, designating 5 persons to serve as the initial members of the district's Board of Supervisors, providing for conflicts, providing for modification that may arise from consideration at public hearing, providing for severability, and providing for an effective date.
Madam Chair, I would make a motion to, to establish the ordinance?
Establish the Community Development District.
Community Development District for Post Oak Ranch.
So I have a motion by Commissioner Kennard. Is there a second?
I'll second it, but I do have a question. What is the current zoning on that land?
I believe it's low-density residential.
Okay. It's not ag?
No, ma'am.
Okay. Just checking.
I'm sorry, did I say that wrong?
No, I think you have it correct.
Ford?
It's 2 lots per acre currently.
Okay, okay. That's all I need to know. Thank you. I came within 15 feet of landing on the airstrip there when I was a teenager because my dad pulled engine out and didn't let me go to Crystal River Airport, which was be the obvious. And he goes, that doesn't exist. Where would you go? So I have fond memories of that property and them having to shoo cattle off the runway so they could land. Anyway.
I do have a couple questions. So this has not come before the board yet for an application. There's no pending application for development. They're putting the CDD in place first, and then they'll come to us?
So there is an application pending with the county. It has not been heard by the planning board yet and has not been heard by this board yet. So yes, if you establish this now, you're establishing the community development district before the application is heard by either the planning board or y'all.
And from a policy decision, is there implications that are pro or con by doing this first?
Well, I think that, as is always a potential, the PDC could recommend denial, and then this board can ultimately deny it. So, that is a potential downside that y'all can consider.
Madam Chair?
Commissioner Kennard.
This is, I'm going to talk a little bit about this later in our meeting today. These CDDs are something that I believe that if the size of the development, potential development, is appropriate, these are things that this board and staff should be encouraging developers to use as a method to build out infrastructure both inside of their development as well as the abutting part, so the entrance way into it, how to get, the XL, decel lane, so forth. These are things that we want them to bring forward to us. Otherwise, some of that stuff external of their development ultimately ends up falling on the shoulders of the local taxpayers, and that we don't want. So maybe this is getting out ahead of it a little bit, but it helps them to plan for better infrastructure, and that's exactly what we want.
Okay. All right, we have a motion on the floor by Commissioner Kennard and a second by Commissioner Davis. Is there any further comment? Seeing none, I'll call for the vote. All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed?
Yes.
Motion carries 4-1. Next on the agenda is a public hearing, adopt an ordinance amending Chapter 82 of the Citrus County Code. Presentation will be by Carl Hall from Public Works.
Would you like me to read the ordinance before or after? I'm not looking forward to that. It's quite long.
Please proceed.
I'll read slow. An ordinance of the Board of County Commissioners of Citrus County, Florida, political subdivision of the state of Florida pertaining to solid waste. Providing certain findings, amending Section 82-38 of the Citrus County Code of Ordinances entitled Powers of County, amending Section 82-76 of the Citrus County Code of Ordinances entitled Definitions, amending Section 82-77 of the Citrus County Code of Ordinances entitled Penalties for Violation of Article, amending Section 19-63 of the Citrus County Code of Ordinances entitled Applicable Codes and Ordinances, amending Section 82-101 of the Citrus County Code of Ordinances entitled Certification of Collectors, amending Section 82-103 of the Citrus County Code of Ordinances entitled Promulgation of Solid Waste Collection Routes and Schedules, amending Section 82-106 of the Citrus County Code of Ordinances entitled Collection of Special Hazardous Biological Waste and Sludge, adopting a new Section 82-111 of the Citrus County Code of Ordinances pertaining to collector certification, suspension, or revocation, adopting a new Section 82-125 of the Citrus County Code pertaining to separation of loads, repealing Chapter 90, Article 18 of the Citrus County Code of Ordinances entitled County Solid Waste Municipal Services Benefit Unit in its entirety, providing for severability, providing for codification and inclusion into the Code of Ordinance, into the code, providing for modification that may arise from consideration of public hearing, providing for repeal of inconsistent provisions, and providing for an effective date. So glad it's so long.
Chair, Commissioners, Carlton Hall, Public Works Director. So today we're going to talk a little bit about this ordinance amending Chapter 82. Really, I want to start out by thanking the Public Works staff as well as those of Solid Waste Division for all the hours and time they put into updating this document to really give us something that will last us for the years to come. As well, Heather Encinosa with neighbors Giblin and Nickerson is also here in case you have any questions, and she was instrumental in putting this ordinance together for us. So just to touch on a few of the highlights, there's many language changes, definitions, insurance updates, and as Denise read, lots of teeth in the ordinance to allow us to go after those who may violate a part of that ordinance. In addition, we're making a change with the MSBU, the assessment. We're going to get rid of the commercial assessment and have just a residential assessment for solid waste. So that's it in a nutshell, unless you have any other questions.
Board? Thank you, Carl. At this time, we'll open it up to the public. Is there anyone from the public wishing to address this agenda item? Seeing none? Board?
Madam Chair, motion to adopt the ordinance amending Chapter 82 of the Citrus County Code, which would be 87B,
Second.
H7B, sorry.
I have a motion by Commissioner Davis and a second by Commissioner Finnegan. All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries 5-0. Next on our agenda is a presentation by the Citrus County Fire Assessment Program update. Chief Stevens.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. I'm Craig Stevens, your Fire Chief for Citrus County Fire Rescue, and we'd like to thank you for allowing us the opportunity to present the results of the recent MSBU study and share our recommendations for future needs of fire rescue. Today's presentation will provide a summary of the fire assessment study conducted by Accenture and an overview of the current budget, comparisons with surrounding jurisdictions, and a series of funding options to meet the most pressing needs of our department. Please keep in mind that this presentation strictly focuses on fire protection services. Emergency medical services are funded through a separate medical billing, and then which it operates as a user pay model. This chart summarizes the proposed rates and revenue projections from Accenture's MSBU study. The first column shows our current revenue structure, while the remaining columns reflect the additional funds generated by various MSBU rate increases up to the maximum legally justifiable amount of $232 per residence. We respectfully ask the board to consider setting the maximum allowable rate at $232, even if a lower rate is adopted. Doing so provides flexibility for future boards without requiring a repeat of the entire study. And setting the cap does not obligate the county to charge that amount. Here's our adopted 2025 fire rescue budget. Totaling approximately $15 million. This revenue, as you know, comes from two sources: the MSBU, which is currently set at $79 per residence, and the MSTU, that's set at 0.578 mils, which roughly totals about 58 cents per $1,000 of taxable property value. Each accounts roughly for about half of our total fire protection funding. Now, this slide illustrates how those dollars are spent for the department. Personnel costs, the most important asset, they account for $11.3 million, or 73% of our budget, covering salaries, benefits, and related expenses. Operating expenses total approximately $2.9 million, representing 19% of our budget. And transfers to other county departments such as human resources and facilities make up for another $730,000 or 5%. Finally, $500,000 or 3% is allocated to the capital outlay, which takes care of the vehicle replacement funds, the radios, and extrication tools. This chart compares Citrus County's MSBU rate with the surrounding counties. As you can see, Citrus County has the lowest assessment fee in the region, it's $79. Levy County is next lowest at $129. And as you know, Marion County, just like Citrus, also uses a combination of the MSBU and the MSTU. And if you can see, Marion County is at 1.11. Here we compare total fire budgets per capita cost. Citrus has the second lowest total budget, with Levy being the lowest. However, when adjusted for population, Citrus has the lowest per capita fire service cost in the region, which is a reflection of our strong financial responsibility. These next slides are going to outline our 3 top funding priorities. First is staffing. Our current minimum staffing level is 2 firefighters per engine, which is well below the state and the national standards, as you know. This impacts our effectiveness on scene and then increases the burden on those 2 people on the scene. Second is our apparatus. Over the past 4 years, vehicle costs have risen nearly 57%, and build times now exceed 3 years. Many of our units are they're reaching that end of service life, and we need to continue on the path that we've been on. Most of the stations, as you know, were built back in the volunteer days. Our newest station is 23 years old, and the oldest is 52. These buildings weren't designed for full-time staff or, the storms that come through or hurricanes. We have inadequate bathrooms, sleeping quarters, and storm protection makes staffing and storm response especially challenging. Our priority number 1 being the personnel. We're requesting to hire 13 additional firefighters to increase the minimum staffing to 3 people per engine. This will improve operational efficiency by 15%, firefighter safety, and then, of course, emergency response outcomes. The annual cost is approximately $1.1 million, which includes salaries, benefits, their uniforms, their bunker gear, and anything else that we may need to give them as new personnel. Priority 2, we currently contribute $375,000 annually to the apparatus replacement fund, an amount that is no longer sustainable given the market conditions. According to the 10-year replacement plan, we need to increase this to $1.4 million to stay on schedule and avoid the costly delays or financing moving forward. Priority 3, obviously our fire stations. To address the long-term station needs, we propose a 15-year facility improvement plan. This would allow us to renovate or replace outdated facilities with modern, safe, resilient stations. This approach ensures sustainability and addresses the immediate concerns about firefighting housing, storm resilience, and our operational functionability. The MSBU rate scenarios, in total, our priorities is a big ask. It's $6 million. The next 3 slides will outline 3 funding options for your consideration based on the MSBU levels. Funding option 1. Our first funding option would be to increase the MSBU from $79 to $100 per year, or that would be about $8.33 per month. This would represent a $21 increase from the current rate and generate roughly $1.6 million in additional revenue, which would be used to fund the 13 additional firefighters positions that we've identified. And then even with this adjustment, Citrus County would still have the lowest MSBU in the region. Funding option 2.
Excuse me, Chief. Sorry.
Commissioner Finnegan?
You're saying the lowest in the region, but we also fund you through another mechanism. Do we know?
Through the MSTU.
Yes. Do these counties also do that, or are they just using the MSBU?
The only other county that funds through an MSTU is Marion County.
Okay, so we're not necessarily the lowest in the region. We would just have the lowest MSBU, and then we also do the MSTU.
Correct.
Thank you, Chief.
Funding option 2. The second option would be to increase the MSBU to $125, or about $10.41 per month. This would represent a $46 increase from the current rate and would generate roughly $3.9 million in additional revenue. This level of funding would allow us to not only address the staffing, but we would begin implementing a 15-year apparatus replacement plan, and then of course we'd be able to do a 30-year facility upgrade. This option brings us closer in line with the regional assessments while funding multiple priorities. The third option would be to increase the MSBU to $150 annually, or about $12.50 per month, which represents $71 increase from the current rate and would generate $6.1 million in new revenue. This would be sufficient to fund all 3 of our main priorities: staffing, the 10-year apparatus plan, and a 15-year facility improvement plan. This chart shows that the county's population has grown steadily. Our fire rescue budget has not been obviously keeping pace as we would like it to. This has created that widening gap between service demand and funding, which we must address moving forward. The funding request is not just about numbers. It's about improving our response to the community and providing a safe, professional working environment for our team members. And as your fire chief, I'd like to thank you for your time and attention today. I appreciate your willingness to review the facts and make the best decision possible for public safety in Citrus County. We are ready to move forward and deliver exceptional service with your continued support. So thank you.
Chief, can you, we had discussed, I believe that Levy is on your slide, page 1489.
Yes.
Levy right now is at 129. I believe you said they are going to 374.
That's going to be their max that they're looking to go to.
And Marion would be 284.
Marion County is going to 284. They've made their first vote on that.
And what is their 1.1 in their MSTU? What's the value of that if you add the funding in? Do you know?
I do not know. We could get that information for you. I'm looking for my chart. I think I found it. So if Citrus County was to eliminate the MSTU and put it into the MSBU, do you know what that rate would be? If you're requesting if they were to eliminate the TU
and move it
just
all into
use
the
it
BU.
into the BU, what we're requesting today, we'd have to go to the max amount of 232. Or somewhere close to that.
And if you eliminated the exemptions, the subsidy of the 1.765, do you know what that would bring the rate down from 232 to what the household would pay?
So if we were to eliminate the exemptions, your total buy down, as you can see, without those exemptions, your total estimated revenue would be about $22,789,000.
I know, but what would that be per unit?
As far as the residential unit,
Well, when you give me your rate per dwelling unit at the top is 232,
correct.
and that's with the estimated buy down. So
Correct.
if you put that money back in, what would that bring the 232 down to? When
Well,
that gets spread out over everybody?
well, that's a
and bring it down.
combination of your exemptions that you have in play for the veterans, the people that can't financially
I understand, but
afford it.
wouldn't that bring the 232, wouldn't it bring it down?
Yes, ma'am. If you were to eliminate the exemption, that's correct.
So essentially what you're asking us to do is to approve it, the max, but not necessarily implement the max.
Correct. And then we need to make a determination of what rate we would go to, I think by July.
Madam Chair?
Commissioner Kennard.
We've got two questions, actually. The first one, a friend of mine asked me if the funding option one, you've got 1.1 million for an additional 13 firefighters. Does that amount include the, or account for the legacy costs of adding them? You know, the retirement, so forth, the
Yes, sir.
pension, all of that?
That includes salary and benefits and their uniforms and gear.
Okay, my second question is, right now, it looks like there's still a possibility that we may get some funding out of the legislature this year for a new fire station. Has that been accounted for if any of that money does come through, or does that change what option 3 looks like?
I believe in our station plan, which we included in our backup. I don't believe we included doing Station 8, or did we? What's that? Okay. So yeah, Station 8 was, we were looking to pull that out of impact fees and the appropriation, so that would not affect that.
Okay. All right, thank you.
Madam Chair?
Commissioner Finnegan.
Chief, thank you. Always a good presentation. It says here to provide direction. So I am where I was when we had the workshop. I do think you're correct. Keeping the $79 is not going to work. It looks like at the $100 MSBU, my priority was to get you the third person, and I think that covers that. And if I remember correctly, that leaves you about $500,000 more for the apparatus. I don't know that that should end there. I just think that, you know, looking at option 3, I don't believe this board should double the cost of that in 1 year. I don't think that the taxpayers would like that. I do think they would like better response times, safety to your firefighters. We have to keep our fire safety and that service that you provide priority number 1. And I think with option 1, we do that. I'm not saying don't come back and then see where we are and see where we are with the apparatus and use some of that money towards it, and that maybe we can do it. But a double in 1 year, I can't do that. But I understand where you are saying to adopt the higher one, because that's more money spent on evaluating this again, and I don't think the taxpayers want to do that either, and I don't think you want to go through that. So I'd be okay with that, but let's start at the 100 this year, make that increase, get your firefighters hired, and then move on from there.
Commissioner Berg.
When I look over the different numbers and I see what we have that you possibly need to get us where we want to go, I take into consideration, is this taking all the population growth for all of the houses that have been approved? Because I know they'll be built over the next, say, 10 years. Okay, and when we're looking at these things, you're saying firehouses in the next 10 years or 15 years, apparatus, you know, I know we have to continue to replace them, which means we have to continue to put money aside.
Yes, ma'am.
And when you start putting it aside, is it going to be enough? So when I look at it, I looked at this, the $100 and I said, if we went to the 150 and we set it aside, will it truly be set aside by your department for what it's proposed for?
Yes, ma'am.
The reason I ask that is because other monies have supposedly been set aside for projects in the future, and somehow the money isn't there. So I want insurances that if I say, 150 is gonna get us 10 years down the road, get us a nice new house, get us the trucks as they need to be, and get us our manpower, because we know we need manpower in order to be able to operate properly. And so my question is, are you gonna make sure that the money stays where it's supposed to go?
Well, I would report back to you guys on a regular basis if you'd like that, so you'd have updates on the funding.
Okay, so we could see.
Yes,
The
ma'am.
money is there, the money is there, so
Correct,
now
and
you
you
can.
would see our
okay.
budget allocations every year
Now-
to approve them.
If we get to the 3 men per truck, does that help us with our fire number for possibly getting our homeowners insurance lowered a little?
Well, all of,
Madam Chair, point of order. We've got a motion on the floor. There was not a second. I think that needs to be dealt with first.
There was a motion?
No,
There
we
wasn't
don't have
any
a motion on
motion.
this.
Oh, I thought Commissioner Finnegan made a.
No.
It was
Oh.
direction, it said provide direction, so I gave, I'm sorry. It said provide direction, so I gave my 2
Okay.
cents in direction.
Okay.
But you can go ahead and second that if you'd like. You can tell me how brilliant it was and go along with it.
All right, so back to our question. You broke my train of thought.
Well, I think we need to stick with what's on the agenda and talk about
Right.
providing direction and with what we have in front of us.
I'm looking for, I would like to provide direction on 3. I would, Commissioner Finnegan likes 2. I like option 3. And I know I've heard from some residents that I guess they read this stuff, and they've already told me they want option 3. They would rather pay the money now and know that, it's gonna come to fruition. We're gonna get the house as we get the new firehouses, as we get the houses, which we're not doing right now. We're getting houses and no fire protection. And that's why I asked, we have 2 men to a truck. Is the 3 men to a truck, are the 3 men to a truck gonna get us a lower rating? Just like if we went to bigger water, more water output at the high fire hydrants.
so the ISO rates us on our emergency response force and getting those personnel faster because you have more people arriving sooner, that affects that. So
Okay,
yes,
so-
and all of these things that we're looking at would affect the ISO ratings.
So maybe even we pay a little bit more for the tax part of it, it might offset with what we pay in property, homeowners insurance. And a lot of us, our homeowners insurance just keeps jumping and there's nothing we can do. But if at the board level, we can do something, to me, that's a positive. So that's why, when I look at 150, I think that's a doable number for most of the families in the county.
Commissioner Kennard.
You're certainly our in-house insurance. You're certainly our in-house insurance expert here. But it's my understanding that with our ISO rating where it's at a 3.3 now, thankfully, that lowering that ISO rating is not going to lower our fire premiums any lower. That my understanding from another individual formerly in the insurance industry that between an ISO rating of 1 and 6, that you're not going to see a great fluctuation in your premiums. So while I appreciate Commissioner Barrett being willing to go to the 150 so that we're starting to put money aside to update our firehouses, our equipment, and going to 3 men to a truck, 3 men, or I'll say 3 firefighters to a truck, that let's not lead people to believe that they're going to see a reduction in their fire premiums. That's not.
It's going to be the location of a fire station. It's going to be paved roads and hydrants.
Yeah.
So that's what's going to drive your premium. And then outside of that, there's not a lot you're going to do about it because the state's taking no action to fix the insurance industry. It all comes down to reinsurance dollars. It's the financial wherewithal of the company. So this is all fine and well. The Inverness Airport, when we ran the calculations on the ISO, we're gonna pick up about 20,000 households out there. You're gonna take the households that are in the Inverness Golf and Country Club area, you're gonna take them from ISO ratings of 9s and 10s, and you're gonna get them significantly down. However, we still have to get an MOU agreement with the city of Inverness to be the first responders in order for that to happen. Right now, until we get that fire station built, that's still not gonna change our ISO rating until we have that agreement with Inverness.
So I guess to move this discussion along a little bit and giving guidance, I guess my question would be, is Commissioner Finnegan started us off with suggesting that she would be okay with setting the MSBU at the higher level, not necessarily adopting that higher level, but setting it at, what was it, 232?
Yes.
Was that the ask, Chief?
Yes.
Is the board, before we decide on priority 1, 2, or 3, is the board okay with setting that number at 232?
Yes.
And if we
Yes.
are, then we can move
Yeah.
on to what option?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
All right, so now we've got, Commissioner Finnegan has said that she likes priority 1, and don't let me put words in your mouth, but, let's see, we've
Can I
got
butt in
it.
for 1 second?
Yeah.
I would like to know, would there be any efficiencies in combining the MSTU in with the MSBU and not having both?
I feel like Chief was saying before, sorry, Chief, that if we do that, that hits the cap. So 5 years from now, or with growth, if he needs to expand, we're gonna have to go back and do another study. Did I help you with that, Chief?
You're talking about on the MSBU.
Yes, ma'am. That would be correct.
So the MSTU is gonna follow the valuation of the property values.
Property values, correct.
All right, keep going, Commissioner Kennard.
No, Commissioner Barrett sounded like she was on board with option 3.
Yeah.
And so the rest of the board, I guess, just needs to decide where we're at with options 1, 2, or 3.
Madam Chair.
Commissioner Davis.
Did you look into what houses are coming online for growth in determining where your recommendations were? Because I'm definitely a no on 1, but I am 2 or 3, depending on what that answer
I
is.
would have to double check with Accenture, but I'm pretty sure that they accounted for future growth potential.
Okay.
Madam Chair, and that's why I am, actually, the reason why you're not good with 1, I am good with 1, because as we grow, that's more people paying into your MSBU and into your MSTU. Next year, we could put it up again, but this year, that gets you what you've been asking for and what the firefighters have been asking for some time. So it's a starting point for me.
My sense is that we've been underfunding a lot of areas of county government for a long time. The power plant dramatically reducing the amount they remitted to the county really caused a massive bloodletting across everything. I believe we still have less staff, Mr. Howard, than we did in 2008. Our residential roads were dramatically underfunded for years, and I believe your department is in the same boat. So that's why I'm a little more aggressive in trying to get you some catch-up money, but I don't want to overshoot the mark.
Yes, ma'am.
And I want to maintain our fiscal frugality in this county while, you know, one of the biggest wastes of money is to be too frugal, because then you have trucks breaking down or high maintenance cost, and you've said you've got a 3-year lead time, and the cost of equipment has gone up 57%. That's insane. It's absolutely insane. And then I also am aware that for a firefighter, having the accommodations that are more professional for professional firefighters does help with recruitment and retention, which has a cost. And as I understand it, those are not necessarily hurricane resilient fire stations either. So we have a lot of catching up to do, and you're proposing at the third level to go up $5.92 a month per household, for a total of $12.50 a month to make sure that you have a truck that works and 3 firefighters to show up when your house is on fire. So I'm leaning towards 3, but I'm also interested in 2 because I do not want to overshoot the mark. We have to remain a fiscally prudent county. So thank you, Madam Chair.
Madam Chair?
Commissioner Barrett.
Okay, I look at this as not a want, but a need for the residents. We have agreed to housing developments. Okay, the chief is stuck with not having enough firehouses, equipment that, is going to be outdated, and he also needs people to be the firemen and firewomen, okay? So when I look at it, if we overshoot this year and go to the 150, okay, it's always a chance we can reduce it the following year if we see, or if he's able to put the money aside and shows us he's got it, put the money aside, then we have a better chance of getting a good firehouse 5 years or 10 years down the road, rather than, well, let's ask the state for money, and then we sit like we do now. Well, it's up in the air, it's still up in the air, and if they don't come back with the money for us, for this county, for a firehouse, where do we go now? So to me, when you say overshoot, we're not really overshooting. What we're doing is we're saying, okay, let's go a little bit higher and set it aside. And the chief says he's willing to give us like a quarterly statement. This is how much is in there. So we can see at all times that they're not wasting it, they're not using it. It's going for what is needed for the residents of this county. Not what's wanted, but what's needed. As a resident, I really like to sleep at night. And I like to know that the fire department, if something happens, they're gonna come and they're gonna be able to put out the fire at my house or my neighbor's house or wherever. And as we allow houses to be built closer and closer together, the opportunity for having a fire go from this house and jump this way or jump that way to the other house is increased. So we have to have the equipment and the manpower to make our county safe. And that's why I was going for, the 150 per year.
Madam Chair,
Commissioner Kennard.
I am not going to support option 3. I will support option 2. And then what we're going to do, and we'll be talking about this later in the meeting, is when these development applications come before us, we want staff to have in there how much are they contributing to the improvement of the fire station that will be servicing their community. What is their proportional share? If they're going to have, if you've got a 4,000 or 5,000 home impact on a station in the center part of the county that needs to be updated, maybe their proportional share is 15%, 16%, whatever it takes to update that fire station, then that development needs to bring forward what they're going to pay, how much they're going to pay, that 15 or 16% of what that upgrading cost is. That's going to be part of them developing in the community, is they've got to contribute to things like this. So we will get updated firehouses, but the developers can help us pay for that.
I will support option 2.
Same here. Because you are looking for a consensus, not a vote, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Yes.
Any other questions?
And that was the maximum that we're giving them the authority, so you have that on record? Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
right, next on the agenda is Attorney Ms. Lynn on the PFAS litigation, PFAS litigation.
Yes, thank you, Commissioners. As you know, the county has had to undertake retaining a consultant and doing some studies to determine the county's potential exposure out at the Fire Training Center due to the use of the foam with some potential PFAS that's included in it. We recently had some inquiries about that. Mr. Scott was retained through our insurance to help us with those claims that were made. It created a discussion between Mr. Scott and myself about the PFAS situation and the ongoing nationwide litigation that's going on with regard to the manufacturers of the materials that are used in the foam. We talked back and forth, and I asked him to please look into protecting the county's legal interests and potentially having us join one of these PFAS lawsuits, these these national lawsuits. So Mr. Scott is here to talk to you about what he discovered, and I believe he's got a proposal for you. So Dale Scott.
And thank you for the introduction, Madam County Attorney. Again, Dale Scott. I'm an attorney with Tessitore Mari Scott in Orlando. I've appeared in front of you before, and I appreciate the opportunity to appear again. In line with the direction given to me by the county attorney's office, I've been in touch with the lead court-appointed attorneys in the South Carolina multi-district litigation, the massive class action litigation that's currently going on in federal court in South Carolina. That case right now, I believe, is the second largest class action lawsuit in the history of the United States, with tens of billions of dollars already set aside for various claimants with regard to PFAS, these forever chemicals which originated from aqueous film-forming substances used by firefighting outfits in training and to put out fires. I've been in communication with Scott Summey, who is an attorney with the Baron Budd Law Firm in Dallas. He is the lead attorney, court-appointed attorney in the class action litigation in South Carolina. My primary inquiry to him was simply, is Citrus County a potential candidate for involvement in the class action litigation, and of course what that would look like. I explained to him the county's situation as far as the fire training facility, as far as there being some concerns and ongoing involvement with the Department of Environmental Protection for the state as to that, and also considerations of whether any contamination may have left the property and otherwise be existent in the county. He explained to me that these type considerations are really quite central to the class action lawsuit that's ongoing, and in his opinion, the county is and should definitely be a candidate for and involved in the class action litigation. What he's, and I'm perhaps going a bit quick, so please let me know if you have any questions. What he explained to me would be the general process without delving directly yet into the county's particularities, but the way these situations progress is that a lawsuit will be filed in the local jurisdiction against the various, actually dozens of manufacturers of PFAS over the last several decades. And what will then occur is the class action lawsuit the case will be removed into the class action lawsuit. And this has been the progression of thousands, tens of thousands of cases that are involved in that lawsuit. What he has proposed for the county is a contingency fee arrangement where his firm and the other lead firm in the lawsuit, the Kosich firm out of New Orleans, will bear all of the costs of litigation on the county's behalf. I would act as local counsel to the Kosich firm and the Baron Budd firm out of Dallas. They would be the lead attorneys in terms of actually progressing the litigation and litigation-related questions. There would be no cost to the county. It would be a classic contingency fee arrangement where they only get paid. We only get paid if the county gets paid. So there would be no upfront cost to the county on an ongoing basis. There would be some probably reasonable imposition upon staff time. They will need information concerning the county's usage of PFAS, the county's facilities, the fire training facilities, water facilities, and the like, as they will have some research and analysis to do in order to prepare the litigation. He's provided me with his standard, or his group's standard contingency fee agreement that they've used in several, in fact, dozens of cases in Florida for various other Florida entities. I've examined it. It appears to be in line with what would be expected in a case like this, in a situation like this. And again, this exact retainer agreement's been executed by dozens of other governmental entities in Florida. Time is somewhat of the essence in a litigation involving class action issues. There are various deadlines and timeframes that have to be considered. There have been some past deadlines which may involve certain groups involved in the litigation that may have been entitled to compensation out of the litigation. It's unclear whether the county would necessarily have been a candidate for those groups. Those are deadlines that may have passed in 2022, 2023. But one of the primary groups that the plaintiffs in the case and Mr. Summey's group is considering and putting together are the group of governmental entities who actually operated training facilities, which is at the core of the entire litigation, because that is where the actual PFAS products were used. So my recommendation to the county attorney and to you all would be, based on speaking to the lead attorney in the class action litigation, that as the county is a candidate in his view and in my view, I would suggest your involvement. Again, it's contingency fee basis, should be, other than imposition of staff time, some minimal, but there should not be any cost imposition. And otherwise, Mr. Summey and the Kosich firm, they will handle the ongoing litigation activities, and I would keep you informed by keeping the county attorney informed as to any litigation activities and progression, settlement offers, demands, things of that nature. Thank you.
Thank you. Did you have something?
No, I would suggest that we join the class action lawsuit on a contingency basis.
Is that a motion?
Yes.
All right, we have a motion on the floor by Commissioner Kennard and a second by Commissioner Finnegan.
Chair,
Yes.
can I request clarification of that? His mic was not on and I could not hear him.
My motion would be that, that Citrus County join the class action lawsuit on a contingency basis.
And it was seconded by Commissioner Finnegan. And also that's to execute the legal services agreement.
Correct.
So we have a motion by Commissioner Kennard and a second by Commissioner Finnegan. Is there any public input on this agenda item? Seeing none, all in favor signify by saying aye.
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 Any opposed? Motion carries 5-0. Thank you, sir.
Okay, thank you, ma'am. Thank you, Ms.
All right, we're moving on to open to the public. Anyone wishing to address the board, please come forward. Clerk?
Good afternoon, Commissioners. My name is Catherine Spears. I live at 1339 North Timaquan Trail in Inverness. I'm here to share my thoughts about proposed housing development on 4543 East Windmill Drive, which covers around 157 acres and is currently zoned low-intensity coastal lakes and coastal lakes residential. Connell Lake Estates.
Just one. Is this an application, a pending application? I think perhaps she might be talking about the Lakewood Golf Course. There's nothing pending I'm getting a head shake from Eric. There's nothing pending at this time.
Okay, so we're, okay.
Proceed. Sorry.
No, no, that's okay. Connell Lake Estates is a community of people who care deeply. May I go on, go ahead?
Yes.
Okay.
Apologies.
It's only 2 minutes and some. Connell Lake Estates is a community of people who care deeply about our neighborhood and the environment. I was pleased to see that Commissioner Kennard mentioned the need for a more proactive approach to maintain our county residents' quality of life while addressing the increased demand for housing. We urgently need your support at this crucial point because changes to this beloved area could harm the natural surroundings. The area features majestic trees over 100 years old that have stood tall and strong throughout the community's history. These trees and the overall landscape are at risk if development continues, which could also upset the local wildlife. This space supports creatures like the gopher tortoise and many protected bird species, including beautiful woodpeckers. Such fowl are protected in Florida under the Migratory Bird Treaty Act of 1918. I agree with Mr. Kennard that we should prioritize building parks, preserving green spaces, and developing a plan for future construction that meets our community's needs. We should consider this parcel of land as part of our Parks and Green Space initiative. It is already set up to support municipal golf, walking paths, horseback riding, and disc golf. Additionally, we could create a dog park, soccer fields, pickleball courts, and a playground with some thoughtful updates. Such a project would significantly enhance the outdoor options available to residents, especially those without access to quality community park. The power to shape our community's future is currently in your hands. Will you act proactively, or will you allow circumstances to dictate your response? Our community is assessing your leadership during this crucial moment. It is time to stand with your supporters. Seize this opportunity to demonstrate the remarkable impact you can have on our community. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, ma'am. Next, please.
My name is Loretta Tennant. I'm a resident of Homosassa for 25 years. Before that, I was a resident of Gainesville, Florida for 34 years. I have recently had occasion to go to the Core Civic private for-profit detention center / jail on a weekly basis since April 17th. What I've seen there has appalled me. The facility is apparently being cleaned by a female inmate on the male side. The public areas are not up to snuff. The record storage has plaster falling from the ceiling down the floor week after week after week. No one goes in there. The situation is not conducive to having me, as a 76-year-old elder, sit on a little stainless steel stool like this for 2 hours, listening to a phone that has a cord about this long. When I left, I had a neck attack and a back attack. Week after week, this has been the situation. Contact with the employees there comes with a healthy dose of humiliation for the public and for the inmates who are being detained there, jailed there. I was told that I was not allowed to attend open court for first appearance by a Citrus deputy sheriff, which is ridiculous. I know my rights in 76 years of studying them. Contract for this facility has not been made available to me after inquiring at the clerk of court. They don't have it. Apparently you guys have it. I would like to see it. I want to know what we are paying for and what we are getting. Does that coincide with what we are paying for? Are inmates supposed to receive USDA, RDA food supplies, their recommended daily allowance of vitamins and minerals? Are they supposed to be receiving exercise outside? Are they supposed to be given a toothbrush and toothpaste and other items of personal hygiene? The person I was visiting did not receive a toothbrush or toothpaste for 3 weeks. Are they allowed electric razors? Are they required to grow beards? Are they supposed to receive medical and psychological consultation? Do they have access to programs such as anger management, other kinds of AA programs perhaps? I don't know, those kinds of programs that are for inmate.
Thank you for,
Anyway, so these humiliating conditions need to be investigated, and I intend to do it. I would like a copy of the contract. Thank you.
thank you.
Madam Chair,
Commissioner Kennard.
we've got 3 people left up here for public input at this point. Once we're done with the third person, can we move E4 and 5
Sure.
up? And so we can get the sheriff on his way and doing sheriffly things.
Hi there, how are you today?
I'm sorry, before we move on, Mr. Howard, I just wanted to, Ms. Tennant had some questions. I don't know if Joe is
Yeah, we'll-
anywhere in the building
yeah,
where he can
we'll-
answer some of those, like about their programs and things.
If not, we'll follow up. I'm not sure if he's in the audience or not, but if he's not, we'll follow up. I'll make sure staff gets contact information, and we'll follow up. And our
Okay.
agreement's easy. It's an easy thing we can take care of quickly.
Okay, well, we'll try to get you some answers. We have a county staff person that goes out there and monitors the conditions.
Also, I heard that bear spray was used on a pod.
Wait, oh, we can't talk from the, I'm sorry, thank you. That's all right. Please, go ahead.
Okay, hello, my name is John Longacre, 665 East Knightsbridge Place in Lecanto. I emailed all of you a letter showing my support for option 3 for the fire MSBU. But then I also had some other ideas that came up. In a way, if we're gonna plan on developments coming here, it's almost like we're counting the eggs before the developers back out in case something happens. So that's not always there. So that's why there's that need for a higher level. Also, using older vehicles, there's a higher risk of the vehicles breaking down. Where I used to work, you'd hear vehicles out of service for mechanical. So at that point, if you're responding to a call, then people's lives truly depend on having newer vehicles to operate. The buildings, have they been, well, it sounds like you said they haven't been really upgraded to meet hurricane code. One suggestion from me from my previous job is you can also submit for HMPG grants through your local, oh my goodness. Anyways, you can submit for HMPG grants through the federal government to help cover the cost of wind mitigation, protection, things like that to the buildings. If you would need to do that, that's another revenue source. Also, I did data for fire service for almost 20 years, and comparing data from where I worked, surrounding counties, and with the state of Florida, we used to see a sudden drop-off in the summertime because everybody was happy because you weren't running as many calls. Well, now what happens is every year we're seeing it come up and it plateaus. So you're never going to see that decrease. So again, with the growth, that's where you need to get ahead of the game and have these things in place. And then the other saying I have is, if you pay for the best, you only cry once. Maybe once a year, if it passes. But yeah, that would definitely upgrade the system here. You've got a bunch of great people that work here. And I think they would do a whole lot better, and so would the community, with having this, going with option 3. Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Hi there.
Hello,
Good day, Commissioners. My name is Andy Chan, speaking on behalf of Right Rudder Aviation. You'll find my letter on file for 5 minutes as a speaker of an organization. I stand before you today as a humble community service provider, devoted father, and local small business owner. In 2018, Citrus County was in desperate need of a fixed-base operator to run the Inverness Airport. 3 FBOs had previously run the airport but were unsuccessful and could not turn a profit. The airport had an exceptionally bad reputation throughout the aviation community as a mismanaged and poorly run airport, known for selling low-quality fuel. In order to find the best provider, the county publicly invited qualified companies to submit comprehensive investment plans to run the airport. Our team answered the call with a response that detailed our extensive experience, investment guarantees, and local hiring plans. Our response was well received by the county's judging panel, and Right Rudder Aviation was selected to operate the airport beginning in September of 2018. As presented by the Director of Economic Development, Bruce Register, and Airport Manager Quincy Wylopek, our investment was justified and protected by a 20-year lease that was broken up into 4 5-year terms solely for the purpose of ensuring all requirements were met. In 2023, our lease was due for the first 5-year renewal period. At that time, the board chose not to honor its signed obligation and offered instead a limited 2-year lease. Luckily, the citizens of Citrus County strongly voiced their support for Right Rudder Aviation and small business, and the board chose to honor the contract with a 5-year renewal. Today, we are 2 years into our 5-year term. The county engaged and directed an Orlando-based law firm to unjustly and unlawfully terminate our contract and further demand that we vacate the premises by the end of this month. The rationale provided by the county is not material. The county and its constituents were not harmed, and the legal basis for the termination is so thin that it is clear that this persecution is politically motivated. The scale of government interference, overreach, and denial of freedoms demonstrated by the county is beyond alarming, and the citizens of Citrus County are demanding transparency, honesty, and accountability. Our family was taken aback when the county sent the letter of termination. This was an extreme and unwarranted escalation without cause. We reached out to the Aviation Advisory Board, who confirmed that they had not been consulted and were unaware of the attack. We spoke with several commissioners who were unaware of the circumstances. Later, it was communicated that the county administrator was also unaware of the attack. This raises a critical question. Who is directing this ship? Is it possible that the $355 per hour Orlando law firm is seeking more work to increase the taxpayer's already large $38,486 bill? What is the motivation between the county's attack? Our perspective is simple. We were invited to run the airport with a significant investment. We borrowed funds to invest in the airport. Our efforts and investments have been proven successful, as explained by the Florida Department of Transportation's most recent study of the Inverness Airport. Once we turn the Inverness Airport into a strong, desirable business, the county seeks to steal our efforts and investments. It is my opinion that this behavior is not good for the county or its constituents. As the county is seeking to create more 6-figure careers, both at the business park and elsewhere, what message does this send to other family-run businesses? What message does it send to investors looking to onshore manufacturing jobs in the county? I stand before each of you with a simple request. Please do what is best for the citizens of Citrus County. This decision goes beyond business. It's about the integrity of Citrus County and the future of local entrepreneurship. Please honor the pledge and commitment that the county signed up for. Please increase transparency and accountability here at the BOCC and at the staff level. Please cancel the notice of termination and keep Right Rudder Aviation in place as a locally owned and family-operated business proudly serving Citrus County. Thank you.
Hey, good evening. My name is Zach Purvis, and I'm here today because I believe this issue is, I'm here on behalf of Right Rudder, and I believe this is more of an issue of more of just a lease and a business. It's more about preserving our aviation community and the opportunities that Right Rudder Aviation has provided to me and so many others. 4 years ago, I walked into that airport as a brand new student pilot. I had never flown in a small plane before. I was full of dreams and uncertainty. But thanks to Wright Rudder, I learned, I grew, and I fell in love with aviation. Today, I am an owner of 4 airplanes myself and helping bring the next generation of pilots to Citrus County. I run an aircraft leasing and management company, and my entire livelihood has been built around this passion. Wright Rudder has helped me from the very beginning, and they have been a pivotal role in my journey. I've invested over $500,000 into airplanes for this airport, and I believe in what they do, in their integrity, and their commitment to our community. This isn't just a business for them, it's a passion, a lifeline, and a catalyst for dreams coming true. On a personal note, I'm a new father of a 4-month-old baby. Providing for my family and pursuing my passion and contributing to our local economy are what drive me every single day. Wright Rudder Aviation isn't just a part of my life, it's a cornerstone for my future. So I stand here today and I ask you to consider the bigger picture. This isn't about a lease or a business contract. It's about supporting local business that has changed lives, including mine, and has the potential to do so for many others. So I urge you to keep Wright Rudder here in Inverness. Let's not let an unfair situation jeopardize the opportunity they've created, the jobs they've supported, and the dreams that they continue to inspire. Thank you for your time and consideration.
Thank you. Hello.
Hello, Terry Weber-Nellis, IV4. I wanted to remind everybody of the BOCC meeting when Miss Lynn told the residents of IV4 that we don't have roads, we have paths. And I wanted to read a few things for you. This is dated January 2nd of 2024. Those activities were the cutting of sand roads without permits. That's what you all signed and what went to the Attorney General's office. This is dated August 19th of 2022. So these roads, in this case, were dedicated to the county. They said roads, and some portions were dedicated to the city of Inverness. That was a statement by Ms. Lynn. Then you might want to look at Florida Statute 334.03. That tells you that the right-of-way also includes roads. This is dated 9/27/2021. This was from our previous road manager that no longer lives there. We have to make the roads, not paths, accessible for homeowners, emergency vehicles, garbage trucks, school bus, mail delivery, and construction vehicles ourselves. Accessible means scraping grass, filling potholes, and other low-level areas, and put some permeable material on the roads. This is a text from the builder's daughter, 9/15 of 2021. The best we can do is finish the bills, get the roads leveled and cleared out. The final stages are not done. They need to put down rock so their trucks don't get stuck. By the way, the county has all this. This is September 19th of 2022 from Randy Oliver. No permission was granted to grade or cut out roads out there. Whoever did so performed the action illegally. So can somebody explain to me, with all this information that you've had for years, how Ms. Lynn can now try to tell the residents of IV4 that we don't have roads, we have paths? Thank you very much.
Thank you. Good afternoon.
Hey, how are y'all? I'm just trying to get a little clarity. This has to do with the boat launch fees in certain areas in the county now. I've been trying to do public records requests. I had to go other routes through friends and people I know on the side. This contract is something that the county commissioners signed to get this all approved. You're all using an out-of-state contractor. They have an office in Tampa, from my understanding of it. But the boat launch fees, I don't like it, but I don't mind paying it, okay? I lived in another county, they do the same thing. I understand it. You were talking earlier about, getting more sports up here and so on and so forth. The boat launches that you have in this county are overtaxed from people from other counties, okay? It's always been that way, okay? I was born and raised here in Florida. I know what's going on. It's nothing unusual. But this is the bad part about it, okay? The people in the county agencies, parks, there's a woman that's running the public records office over in the county building, okay? She refuses to give records. You have to ask permission for the records. It's against the law to do this, okay? She's digging a bad hole for y'all people, okay? But one of the things that it says, okay, now this is from y'all's paperwork, something y'all agreed to, that if you don't have a computer or a smartphone to register your boat trailer so you can go use the boat ramps, that you can go to the Citrus County Parks Department at over on Nightingale Court in Lecanto and ask for help to get that done, okay? They tell you they won't help you, okay? So now the county doesn't need that money for the boat ramps? Is that what y'all are telling me? That I can't go out there and use the boat ramps because I'm a resident of the county, because I can't go online, because I don't have that capability? I don't own a smartphone, but the county says, oh, come to us, we'll help you out. But when you go to that office, even the manager over there, the supervisor, no, you're on your own, can't help you, refuse to help you. Tried to do a public records request over there. We don't do that here. You have to go to the county building. There's a woman over there that's running it. Her name's Vicki Austin, okay? She's been causing trouble for years. I don't see it stopping.
Chair, for the record, can I please get his name?
Sir, can we give it your name, please?
No, thank you.
Oh. We need a green card, please. Okay.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. Dr. Carmen Kubitschek, IV4. I think Commissioner Davis in one of the meetings said that she was looking at something for IV4. I want to know what that is, if she can kind of share that with us. Commissioner Barrick wanted the MSBU to be at a higher level. And as a resident of IV4, where the fire truck got stuck, I really have a problem paying for taxes for other people to get services while our residents are not able to get that. I know our fire chief in the past has said that he could get to us, but having a fire truck stuck in one of our roads is not reassuring. So I really still have a problem. IV4 still continues to have problems. Nothing is being said about it, and I want to know what, if anything, can be done for us. I appreciate it. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there anyone else wishing to address the board? Seeing none, we're going to close open to the public. Commissioner Finnegan, did you have something?
Well, first of all, Mr. Howard, I guess the gentleman didn't leave any contact information, but could you contact the Parks Department? And if they're supposed to help, we can help our citizens. And if maybe they have a contact information, maybe he left something there.
We'll look into it.
And Right Rudder, so I have had a family emergency flight out, emergency flight back late last night. And so I haven't seen anything, so I would like to see whatever letters that they got. And infractions. Obviously, there must be some infractions. I don't really understand the statements and appreciate, throwing the county under the bus because you're saying it's politically motivated, but then you said nobody knew about it, and then you said it's an attorney and maybe they're doing it for fees. So I don't really know what's going on, but and I'm sure now that it's been out in the public would like to know too what the infractions are. And the other gentleman said unfair. That I don't know that I don't think we're doing anything unfair. Not that anyone has complained about. So I guess we're going to need some more information now that he's saying we're doing something. But obviously there's a contract and there's an attorney involved, and we've asked the attorney to handle it. So I guess that's how that person's handling it. But at this point, we're probably going to need to see that since a deal has been made of it. Thank you.
Madam Chair.
Commissioner Davis.
That's going to be it on our next agenda, correct?
That's what we're working on. I think there's also, I know we've reached out on Friday with the goal of all parties, kind of getting to the table, both sets of attorneys, and they're working on that as we speak. I've seen some emails come through, so hopefully that'll transpire on Monday to get, get the parties at the table. So hopefully I'll share that any information that comes out of that, but I'll get full packets to each of you. Staff can get that to you, what's happened, transpired over the last 12 months or whatever information we have, as well as from the aviation attorney. Okay, but the goal is to bring this forward, anything that we have by the 23rd, the next meeting.
Thank you.
Commissioner, go ahead, I'm sorry.
And Dr. Kubitschek, I looked into another idea, and it's not panning out, unfortunately, but I keep trying. So, and I will make yet another call to FDLE. He got wrapped up in immigration stuff, so he's been pulled away, unfortunately.
Commissioner Kennard.
Yeah, I'll just comment briefly. The lakeside property, I've gotten awful lot of emails about that, and I've just told folks we don't get involved in the sale of private property from one individual to the other. If somebody desires to do something differently with it other than its current zoning, that's when the county gets involved. So at this point, we don't have any involvement in what's taking place there. Core civic stuff, I'm sure that Joe heard or will hear about what's going on out there. And Wright Rudder Aviation, I got involved in that when Andy reached out and asked if we could meet Friday night. Carl had given me an update we were talking about some other stuff, and he gave me an update on both airports and said that there were a few issues, few different disagreements on exactly what the contract looked like with Wright Rudder out at Inverness. It sounded to me like that was something that was getting worked out. And like I said, then Andy reached out to me, asked me for a meeting. Consequently, I asked to see what letters had gone out to him. And I was surprised to learn that we had terminated, or he had received a letter of terminating his contract and demanded that he vacate the property. I promptly reached out to Steve. We had a conference call on Friday. Staff was very agreeable to sitting down at the table with Andy. Naturally, both sides had a little different take on what the contract required of Wright Rudder, and both sides, my understanding is, like Steve said, have agreed to get together at the table, make sure they iron that stuff out. The letter that went out terminating the contract can't just be clawed back or torn up. The contract's been terminated. So they need to sit down, make sure everybody agrees what's required to stay in compliance with that contract, including timely payment, any late fees that are due when payment is not made in a timely manner, and then ultimately any agreements will come back to this board for us to look at. Hopefully, all parties can get in there and negotiate in good faith and make that work. IV4, there's quietly, people are still, people on this board are still poking around, trying to find a way forward there, and solutions are still not showing up. However, the last comment by Dr. Kubitschek about the chief saying that he will get equipment there if and when it's needed, and he's done that. The context is everything. The fire truck that needed to get there got there. Fire truck that got stuck was being driven at the time, my understanding is a volunteer climbed up in the fire truck and said they were allowed to turn it around. They were turning it around when it got stuck. It didn't get stuck on the way to a call and somebody was without fire services. If Chief Stevens says he will get equipment there when it's needed, I trust Chief Stevens. He says it'll get there when it's needed. So yeah, provided, dramatic pictures and stuff. I'm sure it's not the first fire truck to get stuck anywhere in the county. I'm not lacking empathy for their situation. I would love to find a solution to their situation. But let's keep things in context here. So anyway, those are my comments.
Thank you. Commissioner Barrick?
Well, the Core Civic, the lady that stood up, I've been through the jail and I was appalled at what I saw. So I can sympathize with you, and I am sure that the gentleman that is our contact will get back with you because the administrator will take the information and forward it on to him. So I don't want you to think we don't care about that, because I taught in facilities, and believe me, it really blew my mind what we have out there. Also, John, I wanted to thank you. Option 3, to me, is the most beneficial for the fire department because they won't have to come back and come back and come back. And that's what you and I know. As we get older, we know, pay a little bit more and get the service that you need. And I'm not for higher taxes, but when it's for a need, I agree with you, and thank you.
Well, there's really not much left for me to say. I think every topic's been covered, so I always appreciate hearing from the public. And anytime you have a question, if you want to come meet with me personally, I'm willing to do that as well. But thank you for being here, and thank you for continuing to reach out and be a part of your community.
I was going to bring one thing up if I could. I know that at the last meeting, Mrs. Weber brought up about a maybe similarity with Marion County. So actually I reached out to the county manager. I have a very strong relationship with him. I did reach out with that type of, if it's a development or whatever you want to call it. So we're still exploring that, studying that as well. So, but I did follow up actually that same day when that was brought forward, just so the board knows that. And I'll keep you posted if any more details. I know Mr. Cheek and myself are interested in that as well, just to explore it more.
Thank you.
Madam Chair,
Yes, ma'am.
motion to approve E4.
All right.
Just trying to help you along.
All right, I have a motion on the floor to approve E4 by Commissioner Davis.
Second.
I have a second by Commissioner Finnegan. Is there any public input? What do you like?
Here come the sheriff.
Oh. Seeing none, all in favor signify by saying aye.
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 We have a motion on the floor for E4.
Second.
Sorry, second.
Is that an
Are
aye?
you an aye? Okay.
Thought you
Motion
needed a
passes
second.
5-0.
Motion to approve E5.
Second.
I have a motion on the floor by Commissioner Davis and a second by Commissioner Kennard. Is there any public input? Seeing none, all in favor signify by...
Board comment.
Oh, all right.
I just want to make sure, out of respect for the sheriff, we went down this before, and I was a proponent of the county going for this. I think that as we're moving deputies along, as long as we do it with the correct amount and we can afford it moving forward, which growth should be paying for that, it's a good grant. And then everything went sideways previously. We couldn't sign it, and I don't want to do that to you, sir. So I need to know from this board what has changed and how they're gonna overcome that before we kind of throw you out on a limb.
Sure.
I'd like to answer that.
And I'd like to answer as the
I
former
will,
chair.
I mean, I will say it, he's asking for 20.
No, all that's good, but.
I mean, he's not asking for 45 or 40, whatever that was.
43.
The reason part of the board didn't want to sign it was because the county was held liable or by penalty of perjury, and I explained I had signed plenty of grants like that, but they would move forward for that. So I want to make sure, I'm
So-
for it. I'm with you.
Madam Chair, if I may, if you're done. You said you asked a question. I want to
Yes,
answer it, okay?
please.
As you know, I was willing to go out on a limb, but quite frankly, I think that there's just a whole different level of trust with the current sheriff, and the 20 over the 43 is a very reasonable request, given what we need. So that's my answer, for what it's worth.
Just looking after you, sir.
I appreciate it.
Is there any public, have I done that already? I did? Okay. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries 5-0. Congratulations.
Thank
Hey,
you.
we just want to make you experience our day.
Okay, thank you. Have a
Sorry.
good day.
Sorry
We
about
don't
that,
want to
Sheriff.
experience yours.
All right, so shall we go back to E1A through L?
Motion to approve E1, A through L.
Second.
I have a motion by Commissioner Finnegan and a second by Commissioner Kennard. Is there any public input? Seeing none, is there any further board comment? All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Motion carries 4 until we get Commissioner Davis back
Motion to
here.
approve E2.
Second.
I have a motion by Commissioner Kennard, a second by Commissioner Barrick. Is there any public input? Seeing none, all in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Motion carries 4-0 or 4, whatever, we'll wait. E3.
Motion to approve E3.
I have a motion by Commissioner Barrick,
Second.
second by Commissioner Kennard. Any public input? Seeing none, all in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Motion carries 4-0.
Motion to approve E6.
Second.
I have a motion by Commissioner Kennard and a second by Commissioner Barrick. Is there any public input? Seeing none, all in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Motion carries 4-0 at the moment. E7.
Motion to approve E7.
Second.
I have a motion by Commissioner Barrick and a second by Commissioner Finnegan. Any public input? Seeing none, all in favor signify by saying aye.
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 Motion carries 4-0. E8.
Motion to approve E8.
I have a motion by Commissioner Finnegan
Second.
and a second by Commissioner Kennard. Any public input? Seeing none, all in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Motion carries 5-0.
Motion to approve.
Madam Clerk, can you catch us up from E2, E3?
E1.
Oh, you weren't here?
E1, aye. E2, aye. What else do you need? E3?
All the way to 8.
To 8? Dang, you guys are fast. E2 would be aye, E3, aye, E6, aye, and E7, aye.
And E8, because you hadn't,
Huh? A and B?
you had walked in, you weren't sitting during 8.
E8, aye.
Okay, thank you.
E9.
Such a
Motion to
stickler.
approve E9, A and B.
I have a motion by Commissioner Barrick
Second.
and a second by Commissioner Kennard. Is there any public input? Seeing none, all in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Motion carries 5-0. E10.
Motion to approve E10.
Second.
I have a motion by Commissioner Barrick and a second by Commissioner Finnegan. Is there any public input? Seeing none, all in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries 5-0.
Motion to approve E11.
Second.
I have a motion by Commissioner Davis and a second by Commissioner Barrick. Is there any public input? Seeing none, all in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Motion carries 5-0.
Motion to approve E12, A, B, C, and D.
I have a motion by Commissioner Davis
Second.
and a second by Commissioner Kennard. Is there any public input? Seeing none, all in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries 5-0. We are on to Holly Davis. You have anything?
Veronica?
Right there with Veronica.
Oh, Veronica. Oh, sorry. Veronica. Where'd you go? I
make
lost
it
you there.
quick. No problem. I do
Sorry about
have a
that.
quick update for you all today on our outstanding commission items. The first one on our list, the landfill expansion, Phase 4A, that has been completed. So we are very excited. I went to see that yesterday, and it looks really cool with no trash in there. There will be no trash put into that cell for approximately 2 months. We need FDEP to come in and do their final approvals, and then there's a process for beginning that, not just a ceremonial dumping of things on there, but they have to do a few more steps. So, but it is considered achieved in our project management system, and we will let you know if there's any problems with that certification, but we don't anticipate that. Core civic staffing, we are at 93.71% as of June 2nd, and that was up from the previous month, which was 91.81%. We have another achievement on the list. We have fiscal year 23-24 road resurfacing that has been completed. So we do still have some punch list items, but 102 of 102 of the roads on our list have been completed. So you may see some administrative work coming through, closing out that business, but the project itself has been substantially completed. The current fiscal year's road resurfacing, we have not seen as much movement on that this period, but we are at 72% complete. 97 of 135 roads have been completed. I do not have any updates for you on the reef today, but I do have one more that is not on the list, and that is Cambridge Greens. I was just notified by Water Resources that we received final clearance on the project yesterday, and so we will be able to connect users to that system very shortly.
Very good.
A lot of check marks today.
Very
Any
nice.
questions?
Commissioner Barrick?
Yes, ma'am.
I've had some people ask me, when are the pickleball courts going to actually be complete at Central Ridge Park? Like, somebody puts up these umbrellas every day, and when are the benches or whatever gonna be there for the people to watch or when they're waiting?
I should have that in my Achieve It system. I don't have any electronics with me right now, but I'll check that and I will get an answer to you. I believe that it should be in place by fall at the very latest, but I want to get specific dates for the shade structure and any other components that might be outstanding. So I'll let you know.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, Commissioner Davis, do you have anything today?
Yes, I didn't look at the calendar. I don't remember if I talked about this before, but I did mention earlier, we had the TDC all-day strategic planning retreat. It seems like strategic planning is now the rage that the county has done it, because tomorrow I have an all-day 4CF Citrus County Community Charitable Foundation retreat for strategic planning. But most importantly, Madam Attorney sent out May 30th all the contacts for y'all to help me with the medical examiner issue. And do we have any intel on Lake County's current status? Has it come to their board for a final vote, or any update on Lake County's temperature about leaving? Status quo?
I don't have anything.
Okay.
I didn't check, but not gotten anything.
All right. So has anybody, this is the only chance I get to ask y'all, has anybody
haven't heard
looked
a
at the
thing.
list and hit up anybody that you know or whatnot? Please help.
Twist arms, break legs.
But you can make friends. You're a very likable guy, Commissioner Kennard. You can make friends. You're very persuasive when you put your mind to it. Anyway, I could sure use some help, because this is a vast inefficiency of taxpayer dollars. I'm really dismayed that 2 years of work and a whole bunch of millions of dollars have gone into this and it's being torpedoed. So I could sure use your help for the state, at the state level, because as a reminder, the Medical Examiner Commission, is that the correct term? Will have to grant them the ability to leave our district. So.
Have we reached out to Representative Grow to see if he can help us over there?
Was he on the list? I can't remember the list.
I don't think I put him on the list. I put sheriffs, state attorney, commissioners.
Yeah.
I didn't put the state.
Yeah,
Okay.
yeah, and I can reach out to JJ as well. Pardon?
I was just gonna say, I can certainly give him a call and see if he has
But
any contacts
If
there.
you
He's the
could, take a
likable
look at the
guy.
May 30th list and see what you can do, I'd really appreciate it.
All right, you bet.
Because I have medical examiner next week on the 19th. That's my board meeting. And I'm going in hot with wingmen, those two. Been on that board for 4 years without backup and not needing backup, and now I need backup, so. I'm done, Madam Chair, thank you.
Sure. Commissioner Kennard, you are up, and I'm so excited.
Well, I hope that I don't disappoint. We've got some very important things to talk about, and what I'd like to do is address them one at a time, and this board give direction to staff on how we want to proceed with it. And without belaboring any one of them, we'll just start at the top and work through them one at a time. Development agreements for new projects. These are things that it's my understanding that have been used to some degree, but maybe not quite as extensively as what they could be. I've mentioned in previous meetings that St. Johns County, it was suggested to me to go and look at their application process for a development agreement, and it really is quite comprehensive. It walks the developer through a number of steps of not only their development, but the implications of their development, the benefits to the community and so forth. And then ultimately, when they reach the end of that, that's going to help put together the agreement that both parties, the developer and the county, can live with, that maybe not necessarily everything that either side wants, but ultimately gets the community the best outcome from that development. So I would like to see us direct staff to look at what St. Johns County is, what they're doing. At one point, I don't know if they still are or not, but at one point, St. Johns County was the fastest growing county in the state of Florida. They went through some of the pains that hopefully we don't have to. And I'd rather see us not reinventing the wheel on these things. I'm going to mention them again a little bit later in this. But I'd like to see staff, or like to see us direct staff to look at their approach to it, bring that back either in a time certain presentation here, or possibly in a workshop that we would schedule to go back through these things again and see what we're doing that's different than that, what we can take from there that would improve our development agreement process so that we can make sure we're getting everything that we can out of the developer up front and not, not having a detrimental impact on our infrastructure. So that's my thought on that part of it.
Okay.
That sounds great, Commissioner Kennard. Thank you for doing your homework and for looking at for St. Johns County, and I think our staff looking at that. Ever since I was newly a commissioner, I feel like part of what Madam Attorney has always said is the developer's agreement is the correct way to do things, and that gives us more power to ask for the things that we want. So I think that's a very good idea. Look how we can implement that more.
So, Madam Attorney, you and I have discussed this at length. There is a big difference between a development and a developer's agreement, correct?
You know, when it came out of my mouth, I thought, she's going to say something. I think I just said developer instead of development, so.
Well, we're helping you all with cooperation from Mr. Cheek. They are changing the name of the document that's used in his department to utility agreement.
Thank you, sir. Always the good news.
So this way, we'll have utility agreements and statutory development agreements.
I love it. Do you want to say something, Commissioner
Yeah,
Barrett?
I'm glad that you're looking at St. John's. I have not had a chance to look at that. My biggest thing is, okay, we get all these PUD people, they come in, they get their permits to do this, and this. Then they turn around and they sell their property, which has all these things that they're supposed to do. My biggest thing is, we're not making the people that buy it the second time, or buy it the third time, or buy it the fourth time responsible. And how do we get them to make the assurances that, okay, the people in IV4, they don't have roads, okay? That's a good example, okay? The first developer was supposed to do it. He went bankrupt. The second one went bankrupt. The third one went bankrupt. How do we make sure when we as a county say, okay, you can do this development or you can do this, site plan, how can we make sure that that money is gonna be there to do what needs to be done for whatever needs to be done, whether it be a firehouse or a school or a road or a utility? That's my biggest question, and my biggest problem is, if it gets sold a second time, they just don't listen.
I think that's a good question for staff, okay? I would have those conversations in advance of the meeting or presentation or workshop. Ask them how that's prevented going forward. And I'm going to talk about a little bit later here when we get into concurrency for our local roads, about getting these improvements up front. I would much rather see requirements that are set forth in a development agreement. I would much rather see those improvements made on the front end, and not this setting aside money so that, maybe someday the county will widen this road or signalize this intersection. Let's make it happen up front. Let's find a way to make that happen up front. They may have a 20 or 30-year build out or whatever it is, but the local residents don't want to deal with an ever increasingly crowded roadway and dysfunctional intersection for 15 years until it triggers a number that, now we got to signalize it. Let's make sure that happens up front. The developers will do it. You can't charge them twice. You can't make them pay for 30 years of development up front, 30 years of homes up front, and then hit them with impact fees and so forth for the next 30 years. You can't charge them twice, but they'll do it the one time and get that road to where it's going to need to be when the development is fully built out. So that's a question. I don't have the answer to your question, but that's a question for staff, and I would address that with them in your either in your briefings or in private meetings, so that when we get to a presentation to the board on development agreements, you'll have the answer to that, and maybe you can share the answer to it.
So in the St. John County thing, I'm not gonna find anything that they've done in St. Johns County to prevent this, because I know we don't have a concurrency agreement because a previous board.
Let's don't get into concurrency, tap the brakes.
No, but you said, you brought up concurrency.
I am going to get there in
Okay,
time.
but you brought up concurrency, and a previous board eliminated concurrency from our county.
Yeah.
And it was not a good thing, but it was done anyhow.
All right,
So the thing is, I'm looking to see, rather than, I want to make sure, if we say, this is what you got, this property can do, that no matter who owns it, whether it's 10 years down the road, 20 years down, 50 years down the road, that's all they can do, and they have to do what has been agreed to.
All right, let's try and keep it between the lines.
Okay.
We don't need to go into a lengthy discussion on each one of these items and cover all of them.
Okay.
Development agreements, let's try and stay focused on that. I understand your question. I think staff likely understands your question. Handle those questions in private and then bring it back when staff comes back and we have an extended conversation about a development agreement after they've had a chance to look at the St. Johns County very, very comprehensive approach to development agreements. It is, all you've got to do is Google it and then dive into it. I got into it a little bit. I've not gone through the whole thing word for word, but it's extensive. And at the end of that, what I'm told is that both sides understand very, very clearly what needs to happen for that piece of property to be developed.
Madam Chair?
Commissioner Davis?
This might be my favorite among all of them. Like it a lot. And I think number 2 is basically part of number 1 a little bit, is it not? Dedication of land and or fund offsite improvements.
Yes.
One of the things that I like a lot about what you said is getting that stuff built up front, because that's a win-win. It alleviates traffic for our current residents, but it also helps the developer because it makes it a lot more saleable, right, for lots when people are driving in without traffic and there's already a signal there and everything else. I do believe, one of the things I really like about the development agreements as well is that it is essentially as simple as a letter of intent to start off, which carries no fee and it's very conceptual. It's just a description of what they're thinking about doing. We have, and I keep saying over and over again that we are in a time of great stress in our community, but also great opportunity. And we have the opportunity to work with quality developers on development agreements to build, because people have personal property rights, but to build the right things in the right places, the right way, which will dramatically safeguard our future, have a very significant safeguarding feature. So number 1 and number 2, I'm all in. Good job. And I did read the St. Johns County guidelines.
Very good, thank you. So let's check, Steve, you understand what direction we're going there?
Yes, and I personally reached out to the county manager already in advance several weeks ago. I'm familiar with St. Johns County. I lived about an hour and 15 minutes from there. And as you stated, they're one of the fastest growing communities, and they probably still are. So get a lot of best practices there, lessons learned, and staff's already interested and already engaging already. So we've got clear direction.
So that'll come back to us, maybe in a presentation or in a workshop, or how we revisit this. We've got a little bit of momentum here. I'd like to make sure we keep pushing ahead to get this across the line. There, as you know, and I'm sure many others are aware, there's some big stuff in the pipeline. Yes. I want to make sure that we get this down sooner rather than later.
Yeah, I'll follow up with staff tomorrow. I'm not sure which direction's best, but a workshop's nice, but time certain's nice too. But we'll quickly go as quick as we can to keep the momentum going.
Okay.
Full speed ahead.
The second point, dedication of land for right-of-way. Naturally, that's stuff that's already being talked about. Off-site improvements and additional park facilities. I would want to make sure that our staff fully understands that when a development has open space, unless there's part of this that I don't understand, that the developer, we would love to see them do some type of recreational facility there. If that's, that open space can be park space, it can be baseball fields, it can be football fields, soccer fields, whatever. If that's, that's acreage where, that it's pervious surface would count towards their open space requirement Why not encourage them? That's an amenity to their community, and it's an amenity to the county to have to have these developers actually building those parks. If they're willing to do it to add an amenity to their neighborhood, why wouldn't we encourage that? And I don't know where the disconnect or miscommunication is there, but I want to make sure that that is very clear. If that's this board's desire, then there needs to be no miscommunication between staff and would-be applicants.
Agree.
Okay, I got a question about that. We have a park impact fee. Does that mean that we're going to eliminate the park impact fee if they build a park where they want?
No.
Or are we gonna,
No.
well, then we're double dipping.
No,
We're telling
not.
them they gotta pay for a park impact fee.
No,
So we're gonna do a park.
no, we're not. All that I'm suggesting is that right now, they're required to have so much open space. I believe it's 20%. I'm not positive, but I think it's 20% open space. And so let's take a development of a big one, 500 acres. 20% of that, they're at what, 100 acres that they need to have open space. Now, what if they were to take 50 of those acres and say, we want to build baseball fields here, we want to build football fields here, but we want that to count as our open space? Why wouldn't we? It doesn't mean, we're still going to get park impact fees because they're going to have an effect on other parks in the county. But if that developer wants to build those recreational fields there, then it should still, those fields should still count towards their open space credit. You see what I'm saying?
You're double charging them.
No, you're not.
They're making the baseball field.
At their
And that's
own
at their own
desire.
desire. They could put a swimming pool there at their own desire.
No, they
because
can't.
That would be a recreational thing. Okay, because a recreational thing, there's a big listing of what goes under recreation. And we've had
Fields.
that with other developers. It said that,
Fields.
so you're just saying it has to be fields.
Pervious surface fields. If they put in parking lots for their fields that are impervious, that will not count towards their open space.
Okay, so they can't put in pickleball courts and they can't put in tennis courts.
They can if they desire that for their community, but those are impervious surfaces that will not count towards their open space.
Okay.
It's only pervious surface fields that they desire to put in. The county's not requiring them to put in there. They're doing this on their own will to add an amenity to their community. What we don't want to do is take away that acreage that's counting towards their open space. Okay?
Okay.
All right. They still got to pay their impact fees.
Can I help, maybe?
Yes.
So impact fees have to have amenities that are open to the entire community. I think that some subdivisions, their amenities are restricted to the people that live there. So the impact fees have to be for something that's open for the whole county.
Okay, so.
To get credit for it.
Okay, so what we're talking about are, each one of these developments is gonna be like a gated HOA. Because you're saying that this is their property, this is their amenities, this is theirs. It's not open to the public.
May, the word is may. They may do this. They don't have to.
Okay.
Commissioner Finnegan?
Yes, thank
Thank
you.
you.
Fantastic idea, but, not a but, and, or, maybe.
Got them all covered.
Could we take it one step further? So I'm just thinking what we've been talking about. We need more fields. We need to increase park space for youth sports. We want young families here. We want kids here growing up. What if, as part of the agreement, if they have X amount of acres and they know they needed, let's say, like you said, 20 acres, whatever it is, would they be allowed and would we be okay with? What if they didn't want to spare all of that there, but we had a spot, that we would like to expand, and then they bought other property and helped us start expanding in areas that we said, hey, we want youth sports here, or we want a certain park here, and maybe they can contribute to that.
Off-site improvements.
I'm just throwing it out there.
Off-site improvements, I think is the way that I would look at that. I would think that, it certainly needs, the idea needs more vetting for sure, and that's the whole purpose of this. Throw it out there, let staff come back and go, whoa, wait a minute, But I would think that developers, let's take developer X with 500 acres I just talked about, okay? Right now, if they're 20% open space and we would allow them maybe to cut that down to 50 acres, but you need to do 50-acre park over here, you need to do this for the county, for the community, I would think they would jump at that because that gives them 50 more acres that they can put homes on, and then they can take a piece of property over here and this, build the park or build fields or things like that would be open to the public and so forth. Still doesn't get them out of their impact fees.
But that could help the whole community, or could we even throw conservation land in there too?
Sure, absolutely. I think those are things that getting those folks at the table, getting staff at the table, and saying, what about this? What about if we do this? Conservation of property is important to the community. We want to preserve some of what we have, and here's a way we can get there. And my guess is some of these folks that have been building developments in other communities have said, will have real life experience and say, well, we did this in County X, in Hernando County, Pasco, whatever, pick one. And this worked out very well because the community got a 100-acre park built out with X number of football fields, so forth, and we were able to better utilize the infrastructure that we're putting in our development here. County got something, they got something, and it works out. So I like the idea. I don't know what that looks like once staff has a chance to chew on it a little bit, or they may already have the answer and come back and say, it doesn't work and here's why, it violates statute, blah, 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 who knows?
Right. But since we're throwing things out,
Yeah,
to
I like
investigate
it.
some more.
Yeah, I like it. Off-site improvements is what it, because we use other off-site improvements are water systems, sewer systems, different things like that, drainage, all of those things come into play when an application comes in. And why couldn't it be also include, maybe it does, parks, recreational fields, swimming pools. Yeah, firehouse, things like that.
Okay. Let me back you up a little bit. My wonderful Citrus Springs has a PUD. If you look at the PUD, there's a park here, a park here, a park here, a park here, a park. They were all dedicated lands, like you're saying. The developer dedicated the lands. We didn't do anything as a county to develop any of it. The developer didn't give us any money to develop it. So you're saying that we're going to keep a listing, just like we have at Citrus Springs, where we have a listing of all the places that are supposed to be parks but are not developed. Of every developer, he's going to buy this piece of 500 and he's going to go buy this piece and give this to us to make a park. He's not going to make it. He's going to give us the land to make a park. And we're going to keep a listing of all these pieces of property around the county that are supposed to become parks, because the land has been donated to the county through the developer, through this development. And that's what I'm hearing.
No.
Okay.
Here,
Then
take this
explain
hearing
it.
aid.
Okay. Then explain it a little better.
They would build the park.
Okay, they would build the park.
Yes, they will do it much faster, far more efficient than
Along
the
with
county
the,
would.
along with the develop in their development. They'll do their development park area, and they will also develop outside the land that they own.
Yeah. Yeah.
Okay,
I
so
mean,
they're-
that would be
they're-
my idea.
So they're
Again,
encrusted with building 2 parks.
again, we're just
Yeah.
spitballing ideas here, if you will.
Well, that's
Okay?
what I'm saying, and I'm trying to make sure I'm on board with what you're saying.
Yes.
And understanding exactly what you're saying, because I understand, give them half and they can build more houses, and then they're gonna give, but my understanding was that they were just gonna give the land. Now you're saying they're gonna build this park and this one.
Yeah,
That's fine, okay.
Yeah, I don't think that we want, like, you gave a great example with Citrus Springs. We don't want to just add more pieces of property that the county owns that there's no taxes being collected on, and it may be 15, 20 years before a park gets there. If the county's willing to do this, then let's figure out what the negotiating piece is there that the county can live with, but they're gonna build a park, they're gonna build out a park there, they're gonna build out fields there, they're gonna do this, so that we end up with something. Ultimately, it ends up in the county's lap to maintain it, but we do have to increase the number of parks. We don't need to increase the amount of vacant land that the county's hanging on to. We do need to increase the acreage of parks, with usable parks.
Usable parts.
Yep, great point. We good on there? Concurrency. I had printed out, as we all know, we had a bill going through the legislature this year. Thankfully, it flew through the House and didn't make it through the Senate. But I would like to see I'd like to see a discussion on bringing back concurrency for our local roads only. And it was brought to my attention that the 2021 Duncan study has a list of all of our current roads. Hopefully you all got that. I apologize it was so late in the game here. But if you go through that list of roads, you can cross out all of the state roads, okay? Those are never going to be our responsibility to widen or increase capacity. And then you can go through and cross out some of the roads that we're never going to 4-lane. Ozello Trail will never get 4-laned. Halls River Road will never get 4-laned. Old Floral City Road will never get 4-laned. Istachata, Moccasin Slough, and the list goes on and on. So as you go through this list of roads, you can go through here and cross out the roads. It ain't gonna happen. That gets you down to a much, much smaller number of county roads that I think actually are a concern for concurrency. And once you start looking at, now I'll be interested to see what the latest impact fee study comes out with. But once you start going through what the second to last column here is VMC, vehicle miles capacity, and then VMT is vehicular miles traveled. And compare the two, an overwhelming majority of the roads, the county roads, are well under their capacity, or at least they were at the time of this study. It'll be interesting to see the new one. So again, the number of roads that are of concern for these developments, taking them over their capacity, gets to be smaller and smaller. It's even, this list is broken out into segments. And so you can look at 491, there's one particular segment on there that's of great concern. That area back in 2021, I believe, was already over its capacity. And so I would encourage you to spend some time looking through this. Again, we'll be getting a new one soon, but take a look at this one, and if you'll take a pencil or pen and scratch out state roads, scratch out the ones that we will never widen, and look at how much smaller the number of county road segments are that we need to be concerned about increasing capacity. I think ideally, not ideally, but I think where this leads the discussion is that we need intersection improvement more so than we need more lanes built that ultimately need to be resurfaced and so forth like that. If we can improve the efficiency of the barbells at each end of the bar in the middle, the tube in the middle can handle the capacity. We got to be able to move them through the intersections much faster. And that's where our staff, working with DOT, can come up with, or can bring forward some ideas and say, this is a better way of handling this quantity of traffic. Now, we've certainly got some intersections that are already failing that need to be addressed very quickly. But I would like to see us bring forward a concurrency or re-implement a concurrency that addresses local roads only and really take a hard look at which roads we're focused on or that we need to focus on. And again, I think that maybe that's a presentation that's probably more of a workshop more than just a time certain presentation.
I agree, concurrency needs to come back.
Commissioner Kennard, may I
Yes.
ask you, since you have the vernacular down here, what is AADT?
AADT.
Average auto daily traffic would be my guess.
What
but
is it?
Average auto daily traffic, my trip. Okay.
There you go.
There it is.
That was close.
Average
Nope.
auto daily trip.
Yep.
Thank you.
I had it at about 10 o'clock this morning. Lost it since then. Thank you.
Madam Chair?
Yes, Commissioner Davis.
My understanding, though, is that concurrency is potentially fraught legally, that we are not going to be able to do that. I do hope that we can get it resubmitted for the state on next legislative session. I'm all about, you know me, I love to think big about all this stuff, so I'm not throwing a roadblock. I'm just concerned that we can't do this legally, but yes, otherwise.
I would like to see, I would like to see a way for us to get there. Find a way to get there, with or without the legislature's help. I would assume that those bills will be reintroduced again in next year's session, but I don't want to wait to find out. You know, even though the legislative session falls early next year, we still don't know ultimately what the outcome would be in either of the houses, or what the governor would do if or when that bill hits his desk. So I would like to see us find a way forward with our local roads only. I do believe that in looking at, you know, through a process of elimination, the roads that will never be of concern to increase capacity, that I think ultimately our scope of roads narrows down quite significantly, the ones that we will need to be concerned about.
Just so we're all working with the same deck, would it be appropriate to ask Steve if we should have staff basically cross out the ones that aren't? That way we're working with the same deck of potential roads that need help.
Sure.
I mean, because otherwise I'm going to be Googling a lot of roads, because I know a lot of these, but I don't know all of them.
Yeah.
So.
Yeah, I think that would be a good place to start. Sounds like this is probably part of a workshop where we can have more discussion. And once we see that list with all of those things crossed out, you know, Gospel Island, it needs to be resurfaced for sure. And it will be resurfaced. Not soon enough, but we'll get there. It's never going to be 4-laned. You know, that's one that, and I think that once you start going through this list, I think you'll find out that an awful lot of them can get crossed out because it's just not going to happen.
That also goes hand in hand with Commissioner Bay's push for corridor alignments. So anytime we need a 4-lane, we need to be thinking ahead on that.
Yep.
So.
Yep, I agree.
Or a 6-lane at some point on some.
So that is, I guess it sounds like, Steve, maybe there's a challenge there to, ultimately, we're going to get to a comp plan workshop. And so maybe this concurrency discussion for local roads only may be part of that workshop. And then we need to have a legal way forward at that workshop. So there's a challenge.
Ms. Lynn, you had your hand up.
I just wanted to correct, I got it all wrong. It's annual average daily traffic. It's kind of a mixture of both, so I'm sorry.
Well, I got the daily part right. Just kidding.
We're close enough. All right. Years ago, we discussed mobility fees. And I don't recall if we even, Ms. Lynn, do you recall if we went as far as a mobility study, or was it just presented to us?
Commissioner Smith was a strong advocate of mobility fees.
Yes.
And he did not have the support of the board to move forward with that idea, so no studies were completed, that I recall.
Yeah, I know we talked about it, but it didn't go anywhere. I think it would be appropriate to have presentations on mobility fees to educate the board, the staff, the community about what they are, how they can be used, the benefits of them, why some counties are going more in that direction, more so than impact fees, and ultimately what the next steps would be. You don't just introduce mobility fees or adopt mobility, get a study done and then adopt that mobility fee. My understanding is that it takes place over 3 or 4 years, over a period of time that they get implemented. And so I think a good presentation on mobility fees would be an educational opportunity for all of us. Traffic studies. We've talked, I think I mentioned this 1 or 2 meetings ago now, the traffic studies, when a development application comes in, they look at the impacts of that development to certainly the road out in front where the access will be gained, the intersections around that particular new development. Maybe we need to look, I don't know what the radius from that development is, but maybe we need to expand that. So we're looking at a much broader, much bigger traffic study and see what the impacts are, maybe to an intersection that's, maybe it's 2 miles down the road or 3 miles down the road, what might occur there. And my understanding is, again, I'm certainly no expert at this, is that what comes out of that is that a development may have an impact of 16% on this intersection, and maybe 5% on this intersection, and another 17 or 18% on this particular intersection. Well, each one of those intersections are getting a handful of change that isn't going to be nearly enough to make much of a difference in any of those projects. So then if you take a look at something called pipelining the money, where you take that money from each of those intersections, put it all together and make one nice change, make one big change. Similar, I'll use the example of what we did with park impact fees. When we had 5 districts for park impact fees. This district might have 5,000 in it, this one might have 8 or 10,000, this one will have a couple. Not enough money to do anything for parks in any one of them. We made one district, now you pull it all together, and when you're ready to do a park project, you've got a nice sum of money. Well, this pipelining of those impacts to the different intersections would allow you to move forward with a larger sum of money. You leverage that money to grants from DOT, and now you can make a very nice interchange improvement with funds that we bring. That gives us good skin in the game, and DOT puts money into it, and now we've made a nice change to that intersection. So I would encourage you to take a look at pipelining those monies. It's a term that's used in moving those monies around. In fact, you can go back, if you want to do a little bit of history, you can go back and take a look at what happened when Meadowcrest was developed. Meadowcrest had an impact of a certain percentage on several different intersections. They pipelined all that money, got it on DOT's radar, and moved the 44 widening up the construction schedule like 6 or 7 years, advanced it quite significantly. So pipelining money, impact fee credits. I don't know how much we're using impact fee credits right now. My understanding is that at some point in the past, we were using them quite a bit, not so much anymore, or recently have started reintroducing the idea. Staff is probably sitting out there going, oh, he's way off on this one. Maybe I am. But I'm telling you, this is what I've heard, is that we're not using impact fee credits. We're not leveraging the ability to put those impact fee credits out there for the developer to do something on the front end. I would like to see that utilized more so that the infrastructure can get built out up front. Like I believe it was Commissioner Finnegan said that, or Commissioner Davis had said that, you know, when they do these developments, they want a nice road out front. They want nice intersections, you know, because it helps them sell their product. Well, if a developer offers to do, or in their development agreement is required to do this, let's get out of the way. Let's, you know, we need to approve the design of the road or design of the intersection. Let them do it. We don't want their money and then us sit on it for 10 years or 15 years, whatever it might be, before the county moves in to do it. There is no government that is going to build out that road or that intersection faster than the private entity is going to. They're certainly not going to do it for less money than the private entity is going to do it. Let them do it. If they offer to do it, here's the plans, go do it, knock yourself out and get it done.
Citrus Springs did that.
Yeah.
They paved all those roads according to the standards. And now we're left with 50 years later, mess. And I mean mess. You can go down one road and it's okay. Down another road and you got flowers growing out of the road. So the thing is, if we do this, you know, we have to watch what we're doing. It's got to have more teeth than just, you know, put the road in now, because who's to say they're going to develop now?
Madam, talking about your access roads.
Yeah.
Yeah, but even with
your 44s, your rock crushers,
Okay.
your 491.
So then I'm going to mark down access roads
And
only.
you know, the plans, the
Those
designs.
have to be built to FDOT standards.
Yes,
They're
they're.
Okay.
And as far as your residential roads, these development subdivision roads, we're not accepting those roads anymore.
Well, I thought we were talking about development agreements.
We are.
And I didn't think we were just talking about access roads. If that's why I said I'm going to put down access roads only, because an access road is different than, you know, a residential road.
I would agree with you.
Okay. Well, you know, nomenclature to me means a whole lot.
Understood.
So let's just say 491 needs to be expanded. So if a developer comes in and they want to build out a section of the road that has the impacts for their development, go for it.
Yeah. If they go from Forest Ridge down to Farrell Funeral Home, I'm happy.
Well, don't get into specifics, right?
Yeah, but no, that's what I'm saying. That's like a section.
It doesn't matter, even whatever road it is. I don't care if it's 491, if it's Rock Crusher, if it's Cardinal, whatever it is. But when they do that, that's at their cost. So they're going to get impact fee credits. And then later on, when somebody comes in to build those homes, whoever builds the homes is going to buy their impact fee credits back to build those homes. That's how it works. It's a trade-off.
Right.
So you're gonna get your road now, but they're gonna sell their impact fee credits first to the builders that come in.
And who's going to put the residential road in the development?
The developer, they do that.
So it's
And-
an additional charge to a charge to the developer, but he's going to get impact fee credits.
No, we're talking about the main arterial road that
Right.
how they're getting in.
He went out and did
The
extra.
the development that they're developing, that's their responsibility to put all that infrastructure in. So you have a developer that comes in, he's going to put in all the utilities, all the roads, and then he's gonna go to a DR Horton, whoever the major builders are. And then they'll probably take sections, we'll buy that section and that section and that section, and those home builders will go in and build those sections. But we, as a county, are no longer accepting residential roads. You put a development in, from there on, they're required to, for the maintenance, they have to build those roads to our standards, but we don't ever take
control of them. From here on out, that's why we like CDDs.
So we're doing CDDs from now on?
Well, it doesn't have to be a CDD, it has to be an HOA or whatever. I mean, that's two different mechanisms. But whoever lives in that subdivision is going to be responsible for their road maintenance.
Okay, so if we're charging impact fees and we're not gonna get money, we're gonna get a section of road, okay? My question is, what are we charging, what would they have been paying impact fees for? In other words, it's not gonna be for fire, it's not gonna be for parks, it would have been for roads, but we don't have a concurrency, so we don't have one that says you're gonna build out, this 4-lane road. So my question is, what are they being actually, the impact fees covering? In other words, it's taking away something that they gotta pay us.
Hang on a sec, we're talking about transportation
Right.
impact fees right now. So the transportation impact fee is for increasing capacity.
Right.
Okay? And so the way that it works, if you go down that road of waiting to collect that impact fee for each house that's built, that transportation impact fee can be used to widen the road, to expand capacity on the roads that are affected. What you're trading is the developer says, we'll widen that road, we'll make the transportation improvements up front. But you can't make us do that and then charge us transportation impact fees also.
Okay,
That's
so we are,
hitting them
that's what
twice.
I wanted to know, what we
You're
were
not-
trading.
You're not hitting them
We're
twice.
getting it up front, because they're
Yes.
putting it, and then they don't get it on the backside when they actually build.
Right, you can't.
That's what I wanted
You can't
to
hit
know.
them twice for the transportation impact fees.
Okay.
But we have, as you know, we have police impact fee, library impact fees, all of those. We're talking just about transportation impacts.
Right. Hopefully, some of the people at home are understanding why I'm having you do this.
Yeah.
Because I need to understand it, and they need to understand it, because if we're representing them, they need to know what we're doing and be comfortable with it, just like I have to be comfortable with it.
There's a lot more conversation to come on this, for sure.
Okay.
Madam Chair?
Commissioner
No,
Davis?
I think I have one small thing to add to this excellent rundown. To address the mistakes of the past, which are essentially Deltona, Citrus Springs, and Pine Ridge, paved a whole lot of roads and then dropped houses all over the place, but not nearly enough or fast enough to support the residential road resurfacing, which was borne by the county. As our colleagues have stated, we are no longer accepting roads, so that would fall on the developer. But if you look at what Citrus Hills has done, they did not get ahead of their skis. They opened one section. When it got to a certain build-out level, they opened another section, then it got to a certain build-out level, and so on. And I would hazard a guess that pretty much every single developer that comes to this county now is going to know how to do that, which is to not get ahead of their skis on laying too much pavement that they have to then maintain. It's not going to fall on us. So those are mistakes of the past that will not happen again.
So the last thing that I'll say on impact fee credits before we move on to our comp plan, I would like to hear, from staff where they think additional opportunities are there. They certainly see all of these applications, and they have for years, long before any of us got involved in politics. Where do they see that these impact fee credits could be used to encourage developers to do more for our infrastructure up front? That's what I want. I'm looking to see what we can do to improve infrastructure faster rather than when it's needed at 15 years, 20 years down the road. We want our community to be able to enjoy or appreciate, experience that upgraded infrastructure now, not have to wait until it's overburdened and needs to be upgraded. So I'll move on to comp plan rewrite. I'm determined to keep pushing this thing through, and I believe we have the support on the board. I hope we do anyway, to keep this moving. I will tell you, my biggest concern with this is commissioner interference. Once we decide to hire a consultant or an expert to get this done. There are 5 of us up here, and we need to all 5 be giving our input. When they ask for it, they will ask for public input on what the public wants to see out of the community. They'll ask commissioners. My guess is they would meet with us individually. When that happens, we give them our input and we stay out of it. Let the experts do it. I think we need to first have a workshop to see what this whole process looks like in getting started. And there are, again, I'll go back to St. Johns County. There are other counties as well that have experienced this kind of growth, have gone down this road, have done the rewrites, and really given them a comp plan that is 21st century. You're not just master planning communities, you're master planning the county, and a comp plan, a new comp plan that again appreciates the Suncoast Parkway coming through and what that means to our community, all the additional people moving here, what that means to our community and so forth. You know, the idea that everybody moving here wants to have you know, a house on an acre of land. That's probably back in the 80s. You know, that they want a half acre of land. That's probably the 80s as well. But those are things that we need to look at. What is housing? What does development look like? What does development of our community look like in 2025? So that would be my proposal, that we have a workshop. And then I would like to hear from staff whether or not they feel like you know, an RFP or an RFQ would be appropriate, or what the next steps are. But again, this is something I feel like has momentum. I would like to see us keep pushing this along and get that workshop scheduled as soon as possible.
Commissioner Finnegan?
I am 100% with everything until here. I know even, you know, when I was looking into things running for office, people talked about the comp plan, always. So let's look at it. So the version, which I thought was everything that you can see online, the public can read it all online. I guess I'm wondering if there's any issues that you have, what's out there. Now, I hear that there's studies and other things that go along with it, and I don't have that yet. I'm hoping staff was working on getting that to me. I think it's going to be very expensive, and I think the end result and the way the state of Florida is going is it's going to increase density quite a bit. And I don't think the people that currently live here are going to be for that. I think everybody that doesn't live here and that can make money by doing that will be for it. I'm not saying I'm opposed to a workshop. I think knowledge is power, and if people are talking about it, we should get all the information that we can garner from a workshop. I don't know that a full rewrite to just increase density, I think that will totally change the character of our community, and people are not ready for that, nor do they want that.
What they don't want is, what some don't want is change. I believe what most want is responsible development. And they want a desirable product. Our county is going to grow. That's not going to change. It needs to be a desirable product when we get to 30 years down the road. My predecessor that occupied this seat, Dennis D'Amato, was asking for a comp plan, was talking about a comp plan rewrite before I got here in 2016. This is something that boards have. It's been talked about a couple times since I've been on the board, and what has been thrown up there many times is, oh, it's going to be expensive. Yes, it is, but it's a whole lot less expensive than ending up with a West Pasco County 30 years down the road. That we don't want. It is many, if not most of the pieces are there, but they're not all put together in an organized fashion that paints a picture of the development of our county going forward. That it has, you know, we amend the comp plan on a regular basis, but it's been many, many years, if ever, that this undertaking has actually come to fruition of building a new comp plan based on the circumstances that our county faces.
May I respond to that? My concern is that even with one rewritten, like we have one now, it doesn't expire, it just, you know, is forecasting to a certain date. We're not following it. There's too many changes. Some changes obviously I haven't agreed with. The extra RV parks, and you know, we're changing too much of it now, but not in a positive way. So we go through all of this, we increase all the density, and then people still come before us, and it just gets changed on the fly. I'm okay with a workshop, just I'm not there yet. I'm too uncomfortable. I'm willing to listen, and I'm willing to learn more. I'm just right now I'm not quite there, just because we are growing so fast, and anything that comes back is going to be an explosion, is what I fear, and we're not ready for that.
What's going to come back? And listen, a rewrite of the comp plan is not going to happen in a vacuum. There is a tremendous amount of community outreach that goes into it, as well as discussions with staff, discussions with commissioners, because ultimately the consultant or the professionals that we hire to do this, they don't want to bring back a product that we throw out. We got that with mandatory trash pickup. What came back to us was literally garbage. So we spent the money to have the study done, and they didn't address numerous issues in there that needed to be done. So the board just walked away from it. That is not what these professionals want to happen. They want to bring back a product that the majority of the community supports, majority of staff supports, and the county commission supports. So I think, no reason to argue the rewrite at this point. I think the next step is a workshop, and let's hear what those next steps look like. You know, we've got to address,
I want to see what the problems are now. If we're talking, pardon the interruption. So if we come back, before we say, oh yeah, it's just something that everyone's saying, let's actually identify problems. Here's why it's necessary. We have major problems throughout, but I haven't heard that, or I haven't seen specific problems.
The biggest problem we have is affordable housing, or I'll say attainable housing. You know, the attainable housing, and we're not talking about government supplemented housing, stuff like that. A house under $350,000, $400,000. That didn't used to be a concern many years ago. The only way that you solve that is density and height. I believe that solving that problem is a factor of increasing density and increasing height allowance. Tough things to talk about, but you know, we're either going to solve the problem or we're not. And those are things that can be discussed in a workshop, in the public forum. You know, where do you think this would be appropriate? I think it'd be appropriate around the cities. All right, so then let's identify properties around there where we are more comfortable. We're not going to be crazy comfortable with it. We're pretty averse to density changes or height changes, but we're also averse to not having housing for our teachers, our first responders, and so forth. So those are tough decisions. We can't just sit back and say, we want 2 units per acre across the county, and that's the way we want our county to grow. First of all, you can't afford infrastructure doing that. You can't afford the continued growth in our first responders. It just, the numbers don't work. So we've got to have those discussions, and that's what I think the workshop does, and I think that's what the public outreach of those professionals, I think that's what that accomplishes.
Madam,
Commissioner Davis.
all that last part that you said about the right, essentially I would say it's the right density in the right places. Brilliant, I'm totally on board. I am open to an entire comp plan rewrite, but I do have some concerns that might be addressed in a workshop, which I'm fine with. From what I understand, it'll cost at least $1 million and take years to get through under traditional. That's what I'm hearing. I don't know. You're shaking your head, but if that's true, then that would be one of my concerns. Staff had brought up with me that there may be a AI solution that might dramatically shorten that and reduce the cost. So it's not the traditional route. Again, a workshop may be appropriate to explore more of that. And my last point is actually a question. Are there any counties that come to mind that perhaps I could read their comp plan that you think is more of a model to what you think? You've been a very long time resident here. You've studied this topic. Are there any counties that you would suggest that we look at their comp plan? Just because I want to understand the delta between our own and where we want, what we aspire to be, right?
Yeah. I, not off the top of my head, okay? But again, I would look at the counties that have had the fastest growth rate, and then start looking at which comp plans have been rewritten. You know, the AI thing is interesting, and obviously there's a tremendous amount of potential there. But a saying that Randy Oliver used to use many times comes to mind, is that he didn't mind being on the cutting edge of technology.
Bleeding edge.
He didn't want to be on the bloody edge of technology. Looking at it, yes, maybe that's a route to go. If ultimately, if that's not the solution, if the right solution is a 3 or 4 year program, whatever that might be, a path to get there, we'll never get there if we don't start.
Yes,
and I can guarantee this board, if we don't go down this road, the board 5 years from now, 10 years from now is going to be going, we got to get this comp plan rewritten. It was written back in the 80s, and it did not take into account this and this and this and this, and there'll be more things by then that it did not take into account.
Well, AI is massively infiltrating my lifelong career. So I've got firsthand experience with this. AI is only as good as its human handlers.
Sure.
Period, full stop. It just provides some, it's like, you know, getting rocket shoes to run. It just makes you go faster.
Madam Chair?
Commissioner Barrick?
Okay, I've heard you say a few things. Number one, I agree. We definitely need a minimum of at least one workshop, okay? And that's a minimum. And I feel we need to go through the comp plan, each section, okay? And maybe take a workshop for each section, take our time and get it done the way we want it done, okay? I don't like to spend money on consultants. I really don't, okay? I want what the people, if we do workshop on each section and each, you know, it's gonna take a while, but it's gonna be what the residents and what us have come up with. Now, you use two terms that aggravate me. Affordable and attainable. They are not interchangeable. And the biggest thing you have to realize is our residents need affordable housing because the median income, according to the census, is $65,000. $65,000 per year, not $250,000 or more. Attainable is for the people that are making more than that. Now, the attainable housing is for those people that are retiring from New York, Michigan, Colorado, coming down with the cash to pay cash for a house. And then they can afford whatever because they've got the money. Our residents are the people that work for Offices Group, which is tourism. And our tourism people, they do not get fortunes. Every once in a while, you'll be at a fancy restaurant and you'll give a bigger tip. But the basic people, you go to Firehouse Restaurant. So, everybody's happy. We've got them. Wait a second. So these people that we have, our residents, don't want attainable, they want affordable housing. So we need to.
Is affordable housing government subsidized housing that you're advocating for?
No, I'm not advocating for government subsidized. What I'm saying is, when we start going through this comp plan, we need to go through it, see what there is, what we can do, what can be done, and work with our builders, because our builders know how to make affordable as opposed to attainable. Because I talk to certain builders and they say, well, this is affordable. Okay, so, and other builders, they say to me, well, we don't build affordable anymore, we only build attainable. What we expect you to do is live in the apartments for so many years and save up the money so that you can attain. And that's not possible when you start having a family. Not anymore. It used to be, but not anymore. You have to be realistic about things. Like I said, the household, if you go online right now, the median is $69,000 for a family of 2, 3, 4, whatever you want in Citrus County. It's not $200,000. Affordable is what we need, because our residents are the ones that make the least amount of money. We've got lots of commercial coming in.
Commissioner Barrett?
Yes.
Can you
the thing
explain
is-
to me exactly what that means? I mean, how do you get there? How do you get to affordable?
You work hard. you
No,
save
I
the
mean, the
money.
housing, the cost of the housing. Describe to me how you get there.
You make smaller houses that are less expensive.
What's the
Okay.
what's the average cost of a lot?
Well, that's the problem. The average cost has gone up so much it isn't even funny. It's not worth what they charge for a lot. And
But that's-
eventually,
but-
eventually things are gonna start going down, and they really are. They're gonna go back down. And it really is gonna go down.
So you've got the cost of a lot,
Yep.
you have the cost of labor,
Mhm.
and you have the cost of materials.
That's correct.
What's the variable?
The amount of money that you have to put into it.
No, I'm talking about to build it.
Well, how much do you wanna make profit? Do you wanna make 100% profit? Do you wanna make 75? You know, builders could make less profit and still keep building, but they don't want to. I mean, I can watch a house be built and I can watch how much they're putting into it and figure out what it costs, and they're charging way more than it costs them to put it there,
Board?
even with the cost of the
Well,
land.
here, I haven't had a chance to chime in.
Okay.
So
Can I-
here's my
can I make
question.
one
I really
comment,
do want
one
the word
short
out.
comment?
Yes.
This is exactly why we need professionals to write the
Exactly.
comp plan. Having 5 politicians sit up here who have never written a comp plan, try and work with the public, with staff, to put together something, a document that should last for decades, would be incredibly inefficient, and ultimately, my guess would be would end up in the trash can. Let's talk about, to try and hopefully bring this in for a landing, let's try and talk about a workshop, scheduling one workshop.
Well, for whatever it's worth, I spent 3 days last week at the Florida Planning and Zoning Association for the state's annual conference. So I spent 3 days with the professionals across the state. It's big. I mean, I got a lot out of it, but it's a lot more than I can absorb. And things that I came away from there with is, one of the things that was said that I kind of chuckled about, it says, in your comp plan, do you have a definition for compatibility? Do we? We don't. I don't think so. So that was an issue for me. And I looked at that, and then everything is built around resiliency. And that is an element of our comp plan that we definitely need to have in there, because what you're talking about is, I mean, we're seeing more high tide during sunshine and flooding during sunshine days than we've ever seen. So if we're not going to talk about how we're going to be resilient, that's money. Every time we flood, every time we have to stand something back up after a storm, that's money. It's a loss of revenue to our community. So I think those are elements to me that are very, very important. Things that bother me right now, I mean, when we talk about affordable housing or attainable housing, whatever you want to label it,
I don't want to see that disconnected in some faraway place in our community. It should be near schools. It should, there should be a proximity measurement to services that housing should be near. I mean, those people don't have the money to get in their car, and we can't, as a community, afford to have a bus system that's going to go pick them up and get them places. So it needs to have healthcare, it needs to have schools, it needs to have shopping, all those things that's where that stuff should be located. There were some other really good tools that came out of it that's pointless to talk about here, but that's all for a workshop. But at the end of the day, I'm as frustrated as these people that come before us and want these approvals. They go through staff, they go through our PDC, they get here, it's approved one place and disapproved someplace else. That's money. And that's happening all over the state. So these developers are spending money, and it's 2, 3, 4-year process to get it across the finish line. They just add that in to the bottom line. That gets passed on to the direct consumer. And I feel like when we need to give a better pathway. We need to tell them more of our expectations so that we are having compatibility with what we want. Like, I really do hope that we do a vision-based comp plan, and I hope that we go out to the community. I think we should be talking to our children. They're going to be the recipients of whatever we leave behind. And one of the things that they talked about over on the Palm Coast in Nassau County, what worked that I'd never heard of, they said, as opposed to having workshops and having the community come to you, you do these pop-ups. You go to where the community is. If it's at the grocery store, or if it's at something down here that's going on at the train depot, go to where your community is and they'll engage with you. But they're not going to take their afternoon off or their evening and come sit here or go to a workshop someplace. Go to where they are. And I think I thought that was a really good, some good input for that. But we've got to move this county into the future. How we developed many years ago, I mean, Terra Vista, Citrus Hills, they're doing some cutting edge, and we have these new developers that are coming in here now. But I want to make sure that we leave behind the character and the charm that drew people here in the first place. I don't want to make it like other places in the South. I've taken my time. I went to visit the developer of Babcock. I'm going next week to visit with the guy that's developing Lakewood Ranch. I'm meeting with another guy that's got some cutting edge on how they're doing affordable housing with some creative investment tools. They're out there. You just have to take the time. You have to be engaged, and you have to look for those. So I think I love what you've done, Commissioner Kennard. I think we're headed down the right path. I did get some information that staff put together for me on mobility fees and concurrency. I don't know if they shared it with everybody else. But I think those are the things that we have to do, and I think we have to keep moving forward, and we have to look where we're going. We can't look in the rearview mirror and get where we're going down the road. So keep up the good work. Everybody stay engaged. Look around. Find what's happening out there. One of the other things they talked about was low impact design and disconnected impervious. As strange as it might sound, curb and gutter is out. They don't want curb and gutter anymore because the water can't run off and get back into the earth as fast. So the idea now of having curb and gutter is gone away. And those are just examples of the newer technology and the things that's happening out there that's advancing communities. The whole seminar was all based on what's old is new again, and it was talking about St. Augustine and these older communities, and how do you keep the character and the charm and what made Florida special to begin with without just paving it over.
Right.
So I think we're headed in the right direction. We've got to engage in the conversation, and we have to keep moving. developers are not gonna stop coming. And, like it or not, they're there to make money. That's what they do.
We just gotta get our.
We have to have what we want. Yeah.
It's gotta be a fair deal.
Madam Chair?
Commissioner Finnegan?
When I had mentioned earlier, like I want to see the problems that what's wrong with the comp plan? Like, what do we need to address? And you had said, like density and height to address attainable housing. So that ensued a long conversation. But I just want to reiterate, when we talked about the strategic planning meeting, I made a couple comments, and I'm happy to, if there's board support, to bring it back at the next meeting, to define workforce housing. So there's a whole debate about affordable housing. So if anyone says affordable housing to me, that is government subsidized low-income housing, because that is what I have read and seen through all my life with HUD. That's affordable housing. Attainable housing is subjective. If you are, selling your home in New York City and you come down here and it's a $800,000 house, well, maybe that's attainable. That's very attainable to somebody. For somebody that's working here as a law enforcement officer, or maybe a bartender at, Applebee's, or whatever the job is, teacher, a nurse, it may not be attainable. So what I had brought up, just as a reminder, was if we want to supply the appropriate housing for our workforce, we need to say what is workforce housing? We need to define that, and we haven't done that. I think Michelle Alford could probably help us with that. What is the average income of the person in Citrus County, or the average worker? And then how much of their income can they spend on housing? And what does that look like to us? Then when a developer comes up and wants to add density and wants to add height to a certain development, we'll already have something in place. Well, what percentage of this development is going to be cut out for our definition of workforce housing? Or are there agreements in place with the local hospital or the local school board, because it should be in a place that's close to that? Are you giving them first choice when a place comes open? There are things that we can do to address this without a complete rewrite. If the board's interested, I'll bring it back, and we can, or we could just have a consensus and ask Michelle Alford to help us. Let's start defining what that looks like to help our people. And I know, Commissioner Barrick, you had said something about, people that wait tables, or some of our workers. Some are making really good money. Back when my son was in high school, got a job at Sonny's, and everyone said, well, why didn't you get a job at a higher end, whatever? It doesn't have to be higher end. My kid's smart. He said, because I get it all. I don't have to share with whoever buses. I seat them, I serve them, I clean up. The kid cleaned up. He bought a car. He was set to go to college. I mean, young people that hustle can make good money. But I do want that same person that's doing that to be able to afford workforce housing if they're working for 40 hours a week. Now, I hear some people saying, oh, somebody gets out on their own and they can't afford to live. Well, I don't know about you all, but none of us could do that. If you wanted to afford to live when you were just starting out, you had to get a roommate. That's not a new concept. So I think when generations happen, they feel like, oh, I get out, I get a full-time job. It's terrible if I can't afford my own place. Well, I don't know that even my parents could do that. So we need to be reasonable. We need to understand what workforce housing looks like, not somebody working 40 hours and just starting out in life and maybe making minimum wage, but what's an average salary, and how do we keep that workforce?
Well, that's what I was telling you. Next week, I'm meeting a gentleman, and I found it interesting. I was talking with, he would be the equal to Rusty Skinner at Workforce Development here in Sarasota and Manatee County. And we started talking about workforce housing, and he said, yeah, we're partnering with a guy, and we made a $300,000 investment. The county floated the bond for the program, but different employers put money in for X number of apartments,
they own basically a fractional share, so you get a return on your investment. The workforce gets a lease for 1 year, but the county floats the bond, they make their investment, they get a return on their investment back through the rents and, you know, as things go on. So to me, that's thinking outside the box. That's the kind of thing that I was talking about, that it's out there. We just have to look for it, we have to find it and figure out how we're gonna do it. As far as affordable housing, I can tell you, if you talk to the attorney in Pasco County, I was on a seminar or a webinar with him. We have, demographically, we have enough affordable housing. We're within the margin of error that we could literally opt out of the Live Local Act if we wanted to, that we don't need it because we have enough of it. It's that workforce, like we're talking about, the people, the professionals that come in, they need an apartment, but apartments are not affordable. It takes the pro forma to build apartments. They cost about $180,000 to $225,000 a door, and by the time the pro forma works out, it's somewhere between 6 and 10 years to get a return on your investment. Nope. That's why nobody wants to build apartments here.
Can I make just a quick comment? I was just gonna, and you followed it up beautifully, exactly what I was gonna say. I would be opposed right now to us trying to hash out workforce housing, a definition for it. The only reason I would oppose it right now is because I think it's probably already been done. It's already been done by, I'm sure, many communities utilizing professionals that could come to us and say, this is what we've done in this county. Or like the example Commissioner Bays, look, this is what's being done here. We don't have to reinvent it. Let's take the idea that these communities will willingly give us. Sitting on the Affordable Housing Advisory Committee, as the elected official, I'm required periodically, I forget if it's semi-annually or quarterly, to attend these virtual workshops, regional workshops. And there's counties all over the state. I mean, I've attended different regions, and they've all got different plans in place that they've implemented. Let's find out which ones are working, have those discussions, say we like that, and run with it, rather than sitting up here and trying to make the sausage, if you will. They've already gone down the road. Let's steal their ideas.
Just to avoid any confusion, so it wasn't, so for me, right now we have nothing. So when people come in front of us and they say, hey, we want all this extra density, I've pretty much said, I'm a no on that, because there's no development agreements. Nobody around in Citrus County is getting any benefit from that. The only person benefiting from squishing all the little houses into a plot of property are the people developing it. It's not helping us. So if we're doing that, it would change my mind if someone said, well, here, I am committing to making X percent this number, and I am working with the school, or I'm working with the sheriff's office, I'm working with the hospital. Yeah. That's kind of where I was coming from, trying to figure it out for other reasons, not my concern, just until we get something figured out. I'm telling this board, one of us said we need density. I don't agree with that, because we have no plan in place to handle it. And until we get a plan, and unless I can see a direct benefit to the people of Citrus County, and maybe someone will stand up there and convince me of that, it's a no. I have to be talked into, let's add more, it's going to be so good for Citrus. Squishing in a bunch of people is not good for us.
Well, I guess for me, when we talk about, I feel like we have people coming to us with these PUDs. There's no mixed use in it. And I feel like they're using that PUD just to get density, and I don't like that. I mean, if you're gonna do a PUD, then I think there should be a mixed use element in it. And then I'm opposed to the density when they're far exceeding their ISR. I mean, I would rather see them go up and meet their ISR. And if the parcel's large enough, it could be, you have density in this area and you have less density, so the ISR works out in totality, but not giving up and not being able to use DRAs as green space. So, I mean, those are just some of my things that I'm a little unhappy with. Barrick?
Okay. I live in Citrus Springs, and that's passionate for me. But Citrus Springs has got 27 sections. If you were to sit with the PUD that they have, you would see there are sections that are designated for apartment buildings, duplexes, and triplexes. Did you realize that? How many other PUDs do we have out there that also have that in them? That's the thing we don't realize as board members, that these actually do exist and they're already approved. Okay? If the developer wanted to come into Citrus Springs and put in apartment complexes, there's a whole section where they can put them in. Okay? There's a whole section for the duplexes. So, I mean, I've gone to these meetings that the chamber has put together way back about a year ago, telling us how we have to do this, this, and this. We have some of those already in place. It's just getting the developer to develop what has already been approved. And I think having our workshop and going over the comp plan is one of the best things I've ever heard, having us go over it section by section. Thank you.
So schedule the workshop.
Commissioner Kennard, good job. Thank you for a good conversation.
We're getting started. It's a team effort, start to finish.
Well, I've totally lost my place.
You were on Commissioner Barrick now, if we're done.
Commissioner Barrick, do you have anything?
The only thing I wanted to say, okay, I go to Career Source to the meetings, and I was very, very pleased. I was able to get a gentleman who's a veteran to be our representative for the veterans. So our members on the Career Source committees are actually all filled now, and Rusty is very, very happy that we've got everybody filled, and they actually are attending the meetings. So this is nice. We have good representation from all our volunteers.
Is that it? Commissioner Finnegan.
M1, so board, we had talked about this before when we had talked about our septic to sewer projects. Ken Cheek has been working well, in my opinion, on reducing the cost to homeowners. If you remember, the homeowners all-in cost, we're ending up just being shy of $14,000. That's a lot. So we talked about some things that we could do. Ken's been working on the grant aspect, and starting with Cambridge Greens, they were not happy with having to pay the extra permit fees when it's grant funded and it's being forced upon them. So we had talked about getting rid of those fees. It seems like we can't waive fees. It's not appropriate. So the fees have been reduced to $1. So I would like to make a motion that we,
It's just board consensus, isn't it? Or is it?
oh, was it,
Oh, no, you're right, I'm sorry.
Okay.
I'm looking at Kennard's.
good to go?
Yep.
Okay. I'd like to make a motion that we execute a resolution to reduce the building permit plumbing fees for the grant-funded utility projects.
Second.
Thank you.
I have a motion by Commissioner Finnegan, a second by Commissioner Barrick. Is there any public input? All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries 5-0.
And that was A and B, right?
Well, I just said it all together. Yes.
The second part was directing the chair to sign the.
Yes. Did you get all that, Amy?
That's it, forget it then.
Okay.
I actually had like Denise was addressing.
It's A and B.
A and B, also
Okay.
to execute it, for the chair to execute. Thank you.
Are you, anything else?
That does it, thank you.
Okay. Well, I covered most of what I had to say under Commissioner Kennard, so I'll let it ride.
We got more work to do.
Miss Denise, do you have anything?
Yes, ma'am, we have O1. It was additional item, if everyone has that. We learned that Crystal River was going to be considering a land use application to change zoning and on the zoning map and the comprehensive plan for a parcel of property adjacent to the airport that has a very, very long history with both the county and the city. The request was to change the zoning on a portion of this property, about 7 acres, that fronts Highway 19, and it was a request to change the zoning from conservation to UC1, which in Crystal River is their highest commercial intense designation. When we saw that, county administrator wrote to the city manager and asked that their consideration be postponed to give us an opportunity to look into the matter because of the long history of the project and because of the importance of the airport and our turf runway. They passed it through on first reading, and then we were able to sit with representatives of the city manager, the city planner, and the city attorney last week, further discussed it with them, and realized that there was portions of the history of the property that maybe both parties weren't aware of. And so they were scheduled to adopt that change or deny it at their meeting last night. So I went to the meeting hoping that you all would be interested in that and interested in protecting our airport, worked with city staff and the applicant to get everyone to agree to continue that application until July 14th to give us time to work with city staff and the applicant. So I'm here today to receive direction from you. I'm hoping that that direction will be to continue to work with the applicant and city staff, city attorney, to make sure that everyone uncovers all of the history of that property, that the city knows exactly what it is they're voting on, and hopefully to either have them approve something other than is on the table right now, or to deny what's on the table right now because it will absolutely interfere with our turf runway.
Madam Chair?
Yes, ma'am.
Obviously, I would be the one probably to speak to this with the most knowledge. Make no mistake, if this goes forward and they build on this land, it will dramatically impact the utility of our county asset to the point that that turf runway may be shut down. And that turf runway is a bigger asset than a lot of people would think. It's just a strip of dirt, right? It is a backup for the paved runway. When the paved runway is being shut down for resurfacing, when high winds make you're out of tolerance to land on the paved strip, you can land on the dirt runway. Think hurricane relief, all sorts of things. We need that turf runway. I find it rather ironic, not in a good way, that the reason that those wetlands have been mediated by the county was so we could remove the tall trees to keep the runway open at its full length. Heiko Kallenbach is a retired Delta Airlines captain. If you know anything about Delta, they're pretty doggone precise. He is the chair of the Aviation Advisory Board. He sent me a message stating that he flew it this morning, and when he landed 36, which is heading north, he crossed Venable at 50 feet above the deck. And when he took off on 18, he crossed Venable at 75 feet. So it is his professional opinion that if this goes forward, which allows that usage, I believe allows buildings up to 75 feet, it will close the runway. And that is a utility issue, not just, it's an asset not just for the county, but for the city. And you look very frustrated with me.
No, I'm just frustrated that we're even going through this. I can remember when I was on the board, the displacement of the runway because of the expansion of 19, and we spent all this money to clear cut that land, and it's like, now here we are, how many years later, and we're back to the drawing board trying to figure out how we're save something that we potentially already saved. So I'm not sure why we're in this position, but that's why I'm frustrated.
Madam Chair, I think that the attorney's just looking for direction from this board to continue working with the attorney from the city and the applicant to make sure that everybody's on the same page here.
Protect our
I
asset.
completely get that. I just am frustrated, I guess, with the stuff that I'm hearing that, you know, the staff recommendation from Crystal River is to approve it, and it's like, what happened to being partners and understanding why things work, so, and how they came about. So that's my frustration.
I think everyone learned a lot when we met, so hopefully now.
My direction is protect our asset, please.
You have my, well, put a motion.
Yeah, yes, a motion, please.
I'll make the motion. I just need a second.
Well, I just, well, either way, what is the motion? To protect our
Any-
asset?
Yeah, motion and vote giving staff direction regarding the application pending before the city of Crystal River for the pending application with city of Crystal River.
Second.
To protect our asset.
To protect our asset. You didn't put that in there.
I wasn't sure what the direction was going to be.
All right. So I have a motion, a second. Is there any public input? Seeing none, all in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries 5-0.
I have nothing further, thank you.
Oh, you're welcome. Is there anyone that would like to address the board as the last open to the public? Oh, come on. All right, then, we're going to close it, and we are going to adjourn. Have a wonderful day, evening, whatever's left.